What is up, everybody? Welcome back to Truth and Transparency. Today is Thursday, November 6th. Taking us back, though, to November 17th, 2022. Today's episode is Dylan Mortensen's interview with Vicki Gooch from the Idaho State Police. She came out of retirement. She was actually part of the IGG team as well. And she was doing this interview with Detective Blaker. It's the second interview with Dylan. It's actually the first sit down, according to the records, after 11/13. Now, the important thing to note here is that Detective Blaker gets on a plane from Boise on 11/15 night or 11/16 early in the morning and flies to Reno, Nevada. And what we just heard yesterday was Bethany's interview with Detective Blaker and the Nevada State Police. He then gets on a plane after interviewing Bethany to fly back to Boise. And then the next day on 11/17, so he interviews Bethany on the 16th. Then on 11/17, he's interviewing Dylan. So everything that Bethany would have said to Detective Blaker would be very, very fresh in the mind of Detective Blaker. Also, I would be forwarding that recording to Detective Gooch to say, hey, if you can listen to this 2 hours prior to the interview with Bethany, or with Dylan rather, if that's something you want to do, how do you want to go into this? What information did they provide Detective Gooch prior to this interview? What is she? Is she just going in cold, blind, doesn't know anything? So they're just all things to consider when then listening here on the 17th. Again, this will be played at 1.25 speed. So just a little kick to it. We have a lot to cover today. Thanks for being here. Also, I pinned Plunder and the docket. Go ahead and give Paula does a great job, works really hard. She goes and gets FOIAs, goes and gets public requests. I personally value Paula because of the reasons that, hey, she goes and gets you the material, and then this is what is on record. This is what's from the courts. This is what's from these different police agencies with their public requests, with their documents, and then you can have your own opinion, but hopefully you base your opinions off of the correct information.
This will be an interview on the 17th of November, 2022 at 12:05 p.m. at her residence. And give me your address again.
Yeah.
Do you know the zip code?
I think.
I think so too. And then do you have a cell phone number?
Yes, it's
Plunder, True Crime Audio.
So I didn't ask Sergeant Blaker, do you have her cell phone? You probably have her cell phone?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's the number attached to your cell phone. So you know why we're here? We're here to talk about what happened over the weekend?
Yeah.
So can I ask, what year are you in school up there?
I'm a sophomore.
And what's your major? And you've been there both years?
Yeah.
And how long have you been living in that house?
Just since the beginning of August.
So how did you end up in the house with the girls?
My best friend.
There you go. There's a veteran question right there for you. How did you end up in the house with the girls? Great question there by Detective Gooch.
So where do you have bigs and littles? Madison Mogan is, and she reached out to some of us to live with her, and I knew her pretty well. That's how I got to live there.
Where did you live your freshman year?
House.
So you've always been in a sorority?
Yeah.
Okay. So is your friend?
Yeah, she was in with me as well. We moved in together into that house.
And how did the other girls come to live with you?
Xana is a year older than me, and she also knew Maddie, and Maddie reached out to her. Kaylee Goncalves is her lifelong best friend. They're like sisters. Maddie also reached out to her to live with her because they always needed to fill up rooms.
And did you know them before this semester?
Yes.
Through the sorority?
I knew Maddie and Xana through the sorority beforehand, and I'd gone over to the house with Maddie and her roommates, and she had Kaylee over a lot, and I saw her. I met her a few times.
And was Kaylee part of the sorority in your freshman year?
She is a senior, but she was an.
So Kaylee just through connections with Maddie came to live with you.
Yeah.
Otherwise, you didn't know her before
Yeah.
the introduction through Maddie and Xana.
Yeah.
Am I pronouncing it correctly?
Yeah.
So how well did you know the three other girls besides before you moved in?
Pretty well. Me and Maddie and Xana hung out a lot. My was best friends with Xana, so I was at their house a lot, and I knew Xana pretty well.
What's the last name?
Okay, right there she says, my big is best friends with Xana. Her big is Emily Allant. Okay.
How do you spell that? And she doesn't live in the house at all?
No, she lives across the street at the White's
True
apartments
crime
with
audio.
my friend as well, who is I think she's actually a year older, I believe.
You moved in August, and then because I haven't been in the house,
Mm-hmm.
where was your bedroom?
So obviously, when you walk in, you have the door. Right in front of you is the downstairs bathroom. When you go to the bathroom,
All right, so I'm just going to put this out there. I believe that Dylan, when she says things like, she's going to say a lot, that's just her thing. Guess who else does it? Go listen to Brian Enton. I think he's trying to really work on it, but he says all the time. Nothing weird to look at there. She also says, well, obviously, and that's just her lingo to talk. You can have your opinions, but looking anything into that,
take a left, that is room. Again, looking at the bathroom, take a right, that is just an open spare room. When you first walk in the door and take a left, there's stairs. Those stairs go right into the living room. When you're in the living room, you can go right, which when you go right to the hallway, there's like this hallway right here. There's a bathroom here and Xana's room right here. If you don't go in that hallway, you just go straight. You can see the stairs that go up to the third floor. Right next to the stairs on the left is my room. To the right of the stairs is the kitchen and the sliding door. When you walk up the stairs to go to the third floor, right immediately to your left is Katie's room. You can look kind of diagonally to your right, and there's the bathroom, and then fully to the right is Maddie's room.
So it's a tri-level?
Yeah.
And you're on the same floor as Maddie and Kylie?
I'm on the same floor as Xana.
As Anna?
Yeah.
So maybe I missed that. I'm sorry. So where is Kylie and Maddie's room?
They're third floor.
Okay. And you're second?
Yes.
Okay. And who's in the basement?
Just,
Okay. I'm sorry, you okay?
yeah, I'm okay.
Plunder.
We're going to have to walk you through some tough
audio.
questions. Are you going to be okay with that?
Yeah.
So tell us about Saturday. Let's talk about the 12th,
Okay.
the day of the game. What time did you get up on the 12th?
I don't even know. We had formal and we had a little party on Friday, so obviously a lot of us were pretty drunk that night. I don't remember exactly when I woke up. We started drinking champagne right off the bat.
Tell me what formal is.
So
like a ball.
Kind of like that. Me and my friend ended up not going to formal. We went to the house and then
okay, right there, that's how I was able to tell her little She knows what a formal is. Okay, like tell me what a formal is. It's just so when you're asking somebody something that has nothing to do with, the crime, in essence, like here, like what's a formal? So that's where you get that good gauge of like how she would just respond to anything that's being asked that has no implication of murder. So
just came back home and like kept drinking and partying at my house. And then it was like more of a smaller party. It was people that we were closer to, just mostly not like everyone else.
They came to your house?
Yeah.
Who was in your house that night? On the Friday night. You're saying the
So
Friday night.
obviously all the roommates, Ethan and my friend and her, I guess her boyfriend wasn't there, and her boyfriend, they brought, and I guess brought her friend. Yeah, it was like all of our friends and their dates.
You knew everyone that was there?
Yes, all of them were except for the dates. There was a few freshmen there. I believe it was, and they had their dates. I don't remember who they were. They were of some sort.
Meaning?
A fraternity.
Yes, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Not from cultural.
No.
Okay, just got to clarify.
Yeah.
Right?
I'm trying to think of who else. Oh, we had our friend. I don't think she brought a date, and then brought her date. And I believe that was all.
Is her first name?
Yeah. Well, I guess you could say.
And
Yeah.
how long did the party go from the 11th to the 12th?
We started, I believe, around 4:30. Some of us, so when you have a formal, you have a sober hour. All the people were wanting to go. We got a ride from a sober person at 7:20. We had to be at the house before 7:30. We were at
Plunder, true crime
for,
audio.
I would say, maybe 30, 40 minutes. And then Kaylee was my date with me, so she came with me. We decided we wanted to go home. So Maddie Mogan, she got me and Kaylee an Uber. We came home.
Do you
And
know
then
who the Uber was?
no, I don't remember. And then her date, and then her date got a ride from another Uber home, I believe, or sober. I can't remember exactly. I would say that was around 7:30, around 8 to 8:10, 20-ish on Friday.
I want to clarify.
Okay, she's got to be confused here. Because if she's leaving to go to the party at 7:20, they get there and they have this sober hour, which means like why you have to get there at 7:30 is because you know that everybody's there accounted for a whole hour before your formal would start. That's how I understand it. Again, I've never been a sorority chick. I'm just listening and interpreting.
Something so you know.
Uh-huh.
If there's alcohol going
Yeah.
on, use, any type of drug use, that's not why we're here.
Yeah,
Boom! Right there, Victoria Gooch. Right out the gate, she's like, I just want to clarify something. We have to tell you this. Listen to what she says here.
I know.
No,
That's
I
what
do.
Robin told me.
Yeah, but that's not our focus.
That's what Robin told me. Robin enter into so she has a lawyer. She would also have a victim advocate. All right. So I'm trying to get information. The victim advocate should not be a secret, just like how the McCabe's, they all had a victim's advocate. So I'm just curious who was Bethany and Dylan's victim advocates.
Yeah.
Because we need to figure out who did this to your roommates
Yeah.
and forever changed your life.
Yeah, I know. And obviously we were all very drunk.
So you get the ride home from the Uber around 8:30?
I would say so, maybe a little bit earlier than that. I think it was like right around 8:30 because that was when everyone was leaving to go to the formal.
Have you ever used this Uber driver before?
I don't remember. I think
So think about that. This is interesting. So I'm going to go to this formal, but really I just go to the sober hour. Okay. What? They left at 7:20 to get there by 7:30. Then they were leaving. Basically not going to be doing anything with the formal. Did you just hear that? Their house had the pregame party. That's why there was that party on Friday, by the way. So before they went to the sober hour, everybody pre-gamed began at like 4:30 on Friday. There's people that started pre-gaming earlier than that.
it was then. Yeah, I believe yes, because an Uber driver we know pretty well. We have his number. Super nice guy. I don't know for sure if the Uber that we got that night was the same guy, but we just usually would trust Ubers.
So that night it wasn't.
I don't fully remember. Sorry, I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember that.
No, you're okay. Can I ask you, because I do, and I have to ask how much consumption, so we can understand her
Yeah.
statements from the perspective of consumption. Are you okay with that?
Absolutely. I explained all that to her and she's ready to go.
Okay, so Friday night maybe isn't as important as Saturday
Yeah.
night.
There you go. There you guys just heard. Dylan's attorney is either on a phone call that's like a conference type call, like she's on speakerphone, or she's watching via Zoom. My guess is that her lawyer is watching via Zoom.
But what happens Saturday? What time does the party end on Saturday?
On Friday, you mean?
Friday to Saturday morning. I'm going to think it ended Saturday morning. Probably didn't end at midnight, right?
I don't even really remember exactly. I'm trying to like rethink of what happened, but I can't even think about Friday night really.
And so her lawyer told her, hey, her lawyer must have talked to the police and said, listen, my client's willing to talk to you about whatever. She's going to be talking about that she's engaging in drinking and blah, blah, blah. Like, and that's why she butted in and said, "Yep, I talked to her about everything. She's all good to go. She's all set. Like she understands, and she's not going to be holding anything back because of the whole drinking."
Well, this is why we're asking.
Do you care if I look at my phone to
I don't
see?
mind
Because
at all.
I have probably videos or somewhat.
Why we're asking too is maybe there's someone you met or some path you crossed Friday into Saturday that resulted in what happened on Sunday. That's why we're walking you back.
Yeah, okay. So I believe we got home and we went over to the Whites. Xana and Maddie were there. I think it was White's apartment. We were there for a little bit. I decided to leave. I think it was in her room. I can't fully remember. It was just me, Maddie, and Xana at the White's apartment, and I just didn't feel like being there, so I walked home. And were at my house. They were playing music, and it was just us four for the rest of the night. And I believe I went, from what my picture I saw, I went home around 12. I went to bed around 12:10 because I was in my bed at 12:15 in that picture.
Okay.
Who was in the house on Friday to Saturday?
I can tell you that she 100% did not prep in terms of, listen, you had already known this, and they're going to find out during the interview. She's not saying how the videos and the pictures yet are signifying an hour off. They come to talk about this later on. So if anybody wants to say like she's prepared, she's prepped, or blah, 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 you guys, according to Blaker, when he interviewed Bethany at the end of the interview, why is Dylan being hesitant and doesn't want to talk to me? Okay.
Saturday again.
Sorry. His and me.
And how do you spell?
Oh, yeah. I believe.
Thank you.
And then I remember Maddie coming home at some point. I don't fully remember when. I don't remember where Kaylee was. She was either in her room or the club. I don't remember talking to her much after we got home.
But you were in bed by 12:30?
Yes, at latest 12:30. I think so.
Do you remember on Saturday when you may have awakened?
I'm not looking at my phone again. Sorry.
12:30. If she's looking at this, is actually 11:30. If she's looking at something from her phone.
I don't know exactly when we woke up, but I know we got up at around. I have a picture of me and Xana and Maddie and Kaylee. We're going to get coffee and going to the store to go get more alcohol. That's at 12:15 from my photo on my phone. I don't remember exactly when I woke up.
Is that on Saturday?
Saturday afternoon, I guess you could say.
Is the picture at your house?
No, it's in the car. I have a video of Xana in the car. That's at 11:44, I guess. So I guess it's earlier than that.
So that's
And that's in
10:44.
the car. She had just gotten Starbucks, and then we were on the store to get more alcohol. I believe after that is when we started. We had a few bottles of champagne left from Parents' Weekend, so we were trying to drink that. Kaylee was in.
Okay, so I want to point out something. They're already up and at 'em in a vehicle at 10:44 a.m. Okay, so on Sunday when they're just laying around and not wanting to do anything until right before noon, okay, it's not typical.
She had some good friends at the White's apartment who were having like a little. It was like a day tour, I guess. They had like 100 beers in this little mini inflatable pool thing, but obviously it wasn't filled with water. And a lot of people showed up there, and it was good. Like we took pictures. That's that day, that picture that's going around. We were all really happy. Like it was a great day. Like nothing weird at all, nothing bad at all.
What were the plans for Saturday night?
There was a lodge party, that's where we went to later that night. That was the main plan. Was like, okay, it's a party tonight. Like those are known as the most fun parties, which is like you want to go to all of those pretty much.
Plunder. True crime
And you were
audio.
all of you were going?
Lana.
All the roommates were going?
Paula, what a
Kaylee wasn't
sweetheart.
thinking so.
I love
Usually,
her.
when you're a senior, you tend to go to the clubs more than the fraternity parties. That's just like the nature of it. Maddie she did go with us for a little bit, but ended up going home to go with Kaylee to the club.
What time do you think Maddie left you to go from your function to the club with Kaylee?
So I have a assignment that I turned in right before I left to go to somewhere. So pretty much Saturday night we got home from the White's apartment. I'm gonna guess around 5:30 again. I don't fully remember. Again, we were drinking that day too. Like I just had champagne. Like I had probably around 3 drinks, seltzers. We made food. I know me and Kitty made pasta, and Xana made the sandwich. Xana, me, all of us roommates. So Xana, me, Kaylee, Maddie, we're all together. Kaylee decided to go take a nap, and then me, Xana, Maddie were on the couch watching a show. I don't know if we were fully watching a show, but we were eating, talking, and we all decided we were going to take a nap. I took a nap on the living room couch. Maddie went to her room, Xana went to her room, and went to her room. I don't remember when Ethan came around. I can't fully remember. Might have been months after we all woke up. We all set a timer at 8 p.m. to wake up together. They all were.
She calls it a timer instead of an alarm. I'm going to tell you what's interesting to me with that. That's a typical drinking game reference, set a timer. So she's referring to alarms as timers. And I think it's just because they're used to saying timer a lot with the drinking games that they play.
Getting ready to go out. I'm pretty sure Ethan came over when we all woke up. I had to finish some psych homework, and I can look at when I turned it in. That's when I know I left. But I'm almost positive. I guess I shouldn't say that. I don't know for sure when they left, because again, I was probably still intoxicated. I would say I think it's around 9:30 to 10ish.
But you set your alarms for 8 p.m.?
Yes, I know that for sure. We all set our alarms for 8 p.m. I'm just going to look at when I turn this assignment in. Let's see. What's the date?
It would have been the 12.
Yeah, the 12.
I'm
So
sorry,
I turned my assignment in at 10:12. So then they must have.
Okay, that's 9:12. $9:12, not 10:12. She's saying 10:12 because she's in Boise right now.
Gone before around 9:30,
Plunder.
before 10, because it took me about 20 minutes
Audio.
to do this assignment.
Were you in the house alone?
No, Kaylee was upstairs in her room. She was getting ready for the club. One of her friends came over. I can't remember her name, but I met her a few times. She's super nice. They were upstairs.
Okay, so I just have a question. Everybody's super nice to Dylan. So I want to know when someone's not nice. Does she say they're just super mean? What a super mean bitch. So super mean girl. I like it. She's just super nice. Like, don't really know much about her, but she was just really nice. Just hi, like just your typical sorority girl. Like, hi.
Hanging out, and they were all getting ready. I got ready, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna go over sing. I left. If I turn this in, I got ready. So it means I probably left around 10:30.
What was the class assignment that you were turning in?
It's psychology 215.
Did you have a deadline at midnight or something
Yeah, that's when I had. Well, I guess it's supposed to be turned in Friday, so I was trying to turn it in.
to get some credit?
Yes, some credit at least.
So you think you left at
10:30 because I had to get ready. This assignment obviously is turned in 10:12. I'm going to say around 10:30 is when I left.
So again, she's just going off of her phone, and so she's guessing that she would have left in around 9:30, which is accurate. Okay, because the 10:12, these people would realize it does not make any sense.
When you left, who was in the house?
Kaylee,
See, like Kaylee couldn't have been there because Kaylee's getting in the car she's walking in the door at Corner Club at 10:20. Get what I'm saying? And Maddie, she hasn't even crossed and passed Maddie yet. So that's how I know. Even more so. But yeah, she's reading off of her phone. And when you switch time zones, so that's just your phone is going to show what time it would have been in that time zone when you did what you did
I believe, and I know Kaylee was for sure, and I don't fully remember if her friend was still there. I'm
What's
pretty
your friend's
sure.
name again?
I don't remember her name. She's super nice. I met her. I mean,
Nice.
she's an 8, so like I'm not like close with her, but I know of her, and she's super nice. I just can't remember her name.
Super nice.
So, my house is like a 2-minute walk. Like it's right in front of our house, pretty much across the street up the little green hill. I guess you would know. As I was walking there, the White's apartment, like the parking lot between the street and the Whites. I was walking down there, I saw Maddie, and she was
Okay, so I have right where she's talking about here, the White's apartment, the parking lot. That's when you walk down those stairs. You're going to walk right by. That's where Brian Etten was standing over there. Those stairs. You go down, but that's where the undercover cops park, and they park on top, and they pull off on the side, facing the wrong way.
holding a box of White Claws, I believe. And as she was walking, I was like, "Oh, like where are you going? Like, are you not staying?" She goes, "No, I'm gonna go to the club with Katie." And I was like, "Oh, okay, well, have fun." I don't know when they left. I didn't go home. I just went straight to the
Real quick, the route you took to the, did you go down to King and cross, or just take a shortcut?
you know those little stairs that's in between, like the tiny little stairs that's next to the Whites.
Yeah.
Those tiny stairs. I walked down that,
Wonder,
walked the
true
Whites
crime
parking
audio.
lot, and then up that green hill.
Okay,
to
so
the-
when you came out your front, I'm assuming you came out the front door
Yes.
into the parking lot.
Yes.
Crossed Queen.
Yes.
Took that short little path
Yes.
between the Whites and the blue apartments
Yes.
to your left.
Uh-huh.
What point in there is where you ran into Maddie?
Right when that parking lot, like that big blue dumpster, I'm almost positive is where I met her, and I was like, "Oh, like what are you doing?" She goes, "I'm going to the club."
So you were already down then? into
Yeah,
the
I was
Whites
down the parking lot, and then
Okay.
like right where it ends in that blue dumpster is where I
Okay.
saw her.
Was she headed home with the White Claws first?
Yes, she had the White Claws with her, and she was walking home. And I believe it was like one of those mini 6-packs, not like the huge ones.
And we're not here. We're not.
Yeah,
I know. You know that.
One of those was at the door right when you walk in to the house. If you look at the pictures, Blaker should know right there, and so should Vicki Gooch, that she nails that. She's not intoxicated. She knows that. She knows that as she's walking down, she sees Maddie, and she knows exactly where she sees her. She remembers it. That's from memory. There's no picture that's telling you that, right? Like that's what I would be asking. You remember that. That's your personal, like, if it's not like you had a video and, oh, well, I was walking to the party. Look at, I crossed Maddie and here she is, you know? And Dylan remembers everything. She's using her phone for the exact timestamp, and which is normal, which they should be asking for, but they should be clarifying to make sure, like, hey, you remember all of this. The only thing that we're asking you to use your phone for is to clarify the time. So we can put together this timeline.
So I go through there because they close their gates at a certain time, so you have to go through the front door and get these wristbands. I go through the door. I called Xana. And it's like, "Oh, like what apartment you're at?" Because they were at apartments beforehand, and they go apartment 4. So I go down there. Ethan's there. One of the freshmen is there. There's some girls in there I don't know, but like I've seen before. They're all sorority and fraternity people. I'm with Xana, and is there with us as well. Which is, she has a guy, super nice guy, met him a lot, like great friend. He was with us too. Me and were kind of going in and out of the lodge, which is the main place, and back to the apartment just to see like how it was going, like if it was going or not, which it really wasn't that night. I mean, there wasn't a lot of people, which is kind of weird.
Was there a football game going on at the same time though?
No,
Oh,
I don't believe
there was
so.
a late game that night.
Maybe there still was. I can't
against
remember.
Davis. So I think it started at 8:30.
Oh, she's wrong.
Oh, okay.
was a late
I
game,
don't know.
It started
I
at,
thought it was at 4.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's the Washington State game that was
that
that
was
game.
already done.
Yeah, so that I think that should have been done before Sigma Chi, I believe.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, there was
Sorry.
that's
That was
fine.
a
Yeah,
late
I just
game.
didn't know. So me
Okay, so based on what Bethany said, that she went to Sigma Chi around 9 or 9:30, and that it was her and Maddie that went first, and they went to go put their drinks in a friend's room. And that cannot be right on what time she's thinking that she went over there at 9 or 9:30. Okay. Because if they went before, Dylan, they had to go there earlier. And so, again, I wonder if when she's looking at her phone, if it's actually 8 or 8:30. You get what I'm saying? So I'm making that notation here.
And obviously going back and forth, kind of looking around.
Which kind of blows up, by the way, leaving, if you set your alarm at 8, to wake up and then be like, okay, we're flying out the door to go there.
Eventually they go into the room, apartment, which I think is,
I think that's why Blaker asked Bethany, do you take a while to get ready and stuff like that? And she said no.
I think it's apartment. I can't fully remember. He's a super nice guy. Totally trust him. Like, I've met him a lot. They were hanging out in there. I remember Ethan was really worried about because they also had their formal that night, and so as her date. He was texting her a lot because she wasn't answering her, and apparently she'd been calling. Crying. Ethan Chapman.
Yes, no, I know who you're talking about, but you're talking about Ethan calling her.
Chapman, I can't remember how to say it. Apparently she had been crying, and she wasn't answering her phone, and he was just like texting her a lot, really worried. I ended up talking to me after everything happened, and she's like, no, like, I just fell asleep and I forgot to text, and the last thing he said was like, I love you. That's like way later, but so I remember that, and then I remember.
Did he say why she was upset?
No, he didn't know why, and he was really worried about her. He's very protective. Like, he was like an older brother, like a big brother to me too. Like, he was super protective of all of us. And then I believe it was me that went to the lodge. And I remember saying like, "Hey, do you want to go to?" Is one of Xana's best friends. We met through Xana, and she was I guess she was at the house. She has 2 roommates. One of them I know. There, and they were just having. I think there's like 5 or 6 people total at the house, and it's like a 5-minute walk from my house. So I remember telling you, and like, do you want to go there? We just called it. They ended up staying, so me and ended up walking there. It's like a 5-minute walk. I was with him. We go in there. It's obviously me and best friend, and then twin, and then there's also, I believe, I'm almost positive that's who was there. Again, I kept drinking more. We were playing Rage Cage drinking game, so I don't know fully how much I had to drink.
Okay, right there. She's saying that she had and was playing the Rage Cage game at the house that she went to. That's why these people that would be at that house that she went to after she left Sigma Chi to go play that's where like Rage Cage was played at. And I think what the discrepancy is going to be is that some people are going to be saying that that's not accurate. Because all of the King Road girls' names were on Ann Taylor's witness list. And that's where somebody said that they went to the hotel, saw them, talk with them, and that they were really confused about why this person is saying that they were like so fuzzy and out of it because of being like drunk and drinking, where they were with them and they weren't drinking. So
obviously was probably drunk at this point.
Prior to that point, how much you had to drink? Up to the point that you don't remember, how much had you had to drink?
So like after the nap, I had about 3 or 4 drinks of seltzers. I'm pretty sure.
Like what type of seltzers?
Like just White Claws.
because my college years, if I would have had 4 Bud Lights, okay, I would never be saying that I was fucking anything. Like 4 beers, that's the same thing as like seltzer. Like what? And I'm going back to the thing about my college days here. There is no way that for anything that I'm going to say the words as a sophomore in college that I am fucked up.
10%.
Those are 5%.
They're usually 5, so you're doing the lower end.
Yeah, that's what we usually would always drink.
You hear that? Lower end?
So this isn't a question of interrogation. It isn't a jam up. Were you doing
Wonder.
anything
True
else
crime
besides the alcohol?
audio.
No, me and never have. Dan and Ethan, they would take Adderall every now and then, but that was the only thing they would ever do. Maddie would never, ever. Kaylee, I remember her talking about it once when she did Adderall, but that was it. I mean, Zan and Ethan were very smart. They were not, like, stupid with drugs at all. I remember all I heard about of them doing is Adderall. That's the only thing I've heard of. Me and were
Okay, and then this is where wow. Okay, let me explain some things about drugs that I don't take. All right. If you are not a partier, people are gonna say like, oh, do you party? If you aren't a partier, people that do drugs aren't going to tell and talk about doing that with people that don't do it. Also, people that you don't want to know, like I don't want that person to know what I'm doing. You're not going to do things around them, whatever. The Kayla girl that we just heard from, okay, that interview was before this interview. Okay, this is still on 11/17. Kayla, who is the same age as Xana, Kaylee, hung out with them. She's over here talking about the cocaine aspect. Okay, coke. She's not talking Adderall. She's talking coke. And that Xana was pretty into it. When I was in college, nobody came up to me and was like, "Hey, Lana, do you want to do some bumps over here with me?" Never once, ever once. You know who does shit and you know who doesn't, and people that know that you don't do it, you're not talking about it with them and you're not presenting it to them. Okay, so Dylan isn't necessarily lying here. She believes, I think, what she's saying because when somebody said to me, "Oh, I saw," and it was one of my friends back in college, that she was blowing lines with these kids, and I'm like, no fucking way. Like, nope, sorry, she doesn't do that. Come to find out, because I just go straight to her and I'm like, yo, what the fuck? Why is so-and-so saying this? Or like, I want to let you know that so-and-so's saying this. Because you're like, that's, hey. And she's like, oh yeah, that's because that's what we were doing. And I'm like, dear Jesus, what the fuck are you doing? I was like, hey, like, this isn't going to be a problem, right? Like, you're just hanging out with these fucking idiots at this, because they all closed down the bar because they were working at the bar. And I was like, well, do what you do, but stuff like that. You think that friend of mine is going to be hitting me up saying, hey, Lana, do you want to come hang out with these fucking waiters and servers and bartenders and close down the bar and blow lines? No. She knows that I'm not going to be any part of that. So you're not saying that to somebody. So Dylan over here, and whatever Dylan's world that she's living in, she could potentially not be lying because she wouldn't know. Okay. And so that's something to consider. But Kayla has a very different story about that, and she's using not Adderall, it's Coke.
Never, like, we just never touched that stuff.
You just did alcohol.
Just drank. That was the only thing we did. So we're at obviously having a good time. My friend, do you know what a Borg is?
All you'd want to do is if you think that Dylan actually does do that stuff and she's just saying that she doesn't, you'd want to be having somebody testifying that they were doing drugs with Dylan. Again, it's a very interesting witness list that Ann Taylor put together.
People do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs you pour alcohol, put vodka and me or whatever. It's supposed to like get you really drunk, whatever. Obviously had drinking a whole Borg, and she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking to this guy named Hayes.
Okay, right there. I think Ann Taylor confuses what is said on this recording. According to Dylan, and the way that I understand this, is that she's saying that this girl had drank a whole Borg, not Dylan. So please listen to this again.
And she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking to this guy named Hayes. And whatever. We'll do Borgs. It's like those huge water jugs you pour alcohol, put vodka and me or whatever. It's supposed to like get you really drunk, whatever. Obviously had drinking a whole Borg, and she was very drunk, and I didn't want her to walk home. So she had been talking.
So she's either saying obviously we drank a whole Borg, or obviously she drank a whole Borg. But it's really unclear. So you'd want to have somebody transcribing that part. You could also be asking Victoria Gooch how she interpreted that.
This guy named Hayes. He's a super sweet guy. I really like him. I was like, okay, well, I can take with me to go home, and we can watch Vampire Diaries and just cook popcorn, you know? So every fraternity, they have sobros, which are freshmen that are supposed to be sober for that night so they can drive people home. I tell him, I was like, hey, can you get a sobro so we don't have to walk? I mean, the walk's not terrible, but like she can not walk very well. We get the sobro. Was going to come with us, my friend, but she ended up staying at, I believe. I don't know where she went exactly because of me got in the car. I don't know who the guys were that drove us, but like I trust them because I knew them. I trusted them. They were all part of they're known as being like super nice, trustworthy guys. We get home.
Okay, so she is saying that they took a sober driver to get home, and that she didn't walk home. And this is after leaving Sigma Chi, they go to a different place. Okay. They're hanging out, and her friend is, hey, I'll take her with me. Okay. Maybe it's because we're not allowed to have her go to the sorority house like that. I mean, I don't know if they were to see her like that. Hey, I'll take her to our house. We'll get her sobered up, whatever. But she gets into a vehicle. This is the first time I'm ever hearing that Dylan got into a vehicle that night. I thought before it was that they went and walked home.
No one is home. So we go upstairs. The house is kind of a mess, obviously, because we just had that party Friday.
She's adamant when she says this. We got home and nobody was home. Now I was waiting for Victoria Gooch there to interject and say, how do you know that nobody was home?
Saturday we were drinking, whatever.
What time is this that you go home?
Oh, let me check again. I don't know if I fully have a photo.
What do you call the freshman that stays
True
sober?
crime
Sobros.
audio.
Sobros.
Yeah. So it was definitely after 1 because I have a video of dancing at 1. So I guess at first I thought it was 1, but it could have been 1:30. I don't know. I was intoxicated. I don't fully remember.
Okay, right there. She's looking at her phone, and it was after 1. Really, what that would mean is after 12. Whatever she's looking at, where there's a dancing video, they're still wherever they're at. Okay, and it's not 1, it's 12.
I say around 1:15 to 1:30ish. That could be wrong.
Sunday morning.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah.
Do you know who the sober brother was who gave you the ride?
No, but like if needed, I can text him. He would know. So we get home. There's popcorn. I obviously make just a bowl of popcorn for me and Lynn, and I put Vampire Diaries on. I believe.
So we get home. There's like popcorn. What? Listen to the way that this is being said. Listen to how it's being said.
Brother was who gave you the.
No, but like if needed, I can text him. He would know. So we get home. There's popcorn. I obviously make just a bowl of popcorn for me and Lynn, and I put Vampire Diaries on. I believe. I don't know for sure, but I think around 20 minutes later, Beth came home and we just laid down and watched Vampire Diaries. When I first did this interview, I thought it was around 2 when I went to bed, but it could have been later. I don't fully remember. Again, I was kind of out of it. I was drunk. At some point, I did go into my bed. I ended up sobering up, and she walked home. I told her she'd get a ride, but she wanted to walk home. I was like, okay.
Do you know what time that would have been?
I don't know when she left.
Right there. I don't know when she left. you just had a conversation with her. Okay. You just had a conversation with this person and she's telling you, no, I'm not going to stay. I'm going to leave. She's like, I told her that I'm going to leave. And then she walked home. She walked home.
I mean, that was like a normal thing. Like, you were never worried in Moscow. It was normal just to walk home. I don't know.
Why didn't you just walk from wherever you were to your house? It's about someone's level of intoxication. Like, why would she ever walk by herself on a campus? A girl. Why would she ever, and especially if you just got a sober driver because you guys basically couldn't walk that well. And now she's just going to walk. Or were you passed out when she left and you have no idea what you're talking about right here and right now? And you're just making this up.
What time I went to bed, I have no clue. I remember waking up somewhere around 2 and 2:30. Again, I don't fully remember. I heard Maddie and Kaylee come home. Again, the walls are pretty thin, like you can hear everything.
Right there. This is where Victoria Gooch has to be saying to herself, okay, she understands that. She gets it. It's really thin. It's something that's totally, she's lived there since August. You can hear everything. So is that just a statement that she's making because it is what it is? Just she knows this. It's really thin. So then when it comes down to the fucking annihilation of 4 people by stabbings, like you can hear everything. She just says this.
So Maddie and Kaylee get home from the club. I noticed they have grub truck, so they
Right there, I can't just, hey, were you in your room when they came home or were you on the couch? Just a simple question. Right there. So that you can understand, like, were you in your room when they came home or were you, it's also going to help you understand because they came in from downstairs, like those stairs to come in, so you can hear that from your room. You get what, like, you want to know that.
it's just like that video that's going around. It's them at grub truck. They usually just get mac and cheese. So I can tell they got home from grub truck because they got mac and cheese and they take an Uber home. I have like a video of us.
So I can tell this. It means that she can see this. I can tell this.
Let me see what time that's at.
Or you got up and took a video?
I went up to, so pretty much,
So listen, Victoria Gooch is like, wait, you woke up and then just started filming? You know what I mean? Like, listen to her interject. It's hilarious. Her just
going around. It's them at grub truck. They usually just get mac and cheese. So I can tell they got home from grub truck because they got mac and cheese and they take an Uber home. I have like a video of us. Let me see what time that's at.
How does she know that they took an Uber home? I'm just saying, like, how did they tell you that? You know what I mean? Were you standing outside when they got home? And they just took an Uber home. Think about how you would know this type of stuff.
Or you got up and took a video?
I went up to, so pretty much, I don't know where Beth was, but she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit. The video I have is at...
If you went up there, listen, if you didn't go up there with them and you had to, after, they're already upstairs. So you got Bethany, Kaylee, Maddie, they're upstairs. You didn't, so if you're going to say, I woke up, right? And then when I come out basically to the living room, they're not there. They're not in the kitchen, right? So they come inside the first level, then they go upstairs to the second level. That's her level. And then they go upstairs to the third level. And then all of the girls are up there except for Xana. And when she comes out of her room, she just says right now that she joins them. She joins them. So where are you seeing this mac and cheese? They brought this mac and cheese all the way up to Kaylee's room. I thought they devoured it in the car and it was basically gone. Ain't no way I'm bringing that up to my bedroom. I'm leaving that shit in the kitchen.
3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry, I'm
He's
in
messing up here.
Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit. The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was...
She says 3:10, but it's really the video that she has is really at 2:10. So not only, because listen to this video that she has. They record themselves. This is so bizarre. She records herself saying, hey, so should we call, who's going to call so-and-so and see if he's still driving? Ready?
It was a lot later than I thought. Sorry, I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
Do we have those videos?
It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
True crime audio.
Does anyone else want to text and ask if he's certain?
So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that 3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10. I thought it was around 2:30.
What were they asking to text Eric for?
To take us back to Grub Chuck so we can get more food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Grub Chuck was like the best place to go when you were drunk.
So who's in the house at 3:10 a.m.?
I don't know where Zen and Ethan are.
Okay.
I don't know if they came home or not, but I know for sure. I know in the video we can hear her laughing. So it's me, Kaylee, and Maddie. That is who's in that video. And I have a picture of Maddie.
Just to make sure that we have that, could you text that to myself?
Yes, I have a picture of Maddie too, and I'll save both of these and send them to you.
Thank you.
And I can screenshot the timestamp too. I can send it to you after this whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's fine.
And that's on the 13th of November.
That's on Sunday. I guess it's really early Sunday. So I guess that was at 3:10. I thought it was earlier. I didn't know that.
Before we go farther, you said when you got home with,
Mm-hmm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
You
home.
even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh.
But I
Boom. Boom. Whoa. She said that she told Detective Mowry that she came home, went upstairs to take the dog out. Where is this to take the dog out? She said she came home and that she went upstairs and got Murphy and took Murphy outside. Here she's saying when she got home, she never went upstairs. And then here when they at 2:10, so she's the one that texts. Dylan's the one that texts at 2:10, and it's not 3:10, remember, because she's looking at the phone in Boise time. And at the same time that she's recording, she's texting Eric Grower. And then think about this. This is what everybody wants to believe. She's upstairs. They're all like, woo, who wants to text Eric? See if he's still, see if he's still driving. Get us more grub truck. Woo! And then as she's recording this video, she's also texting him. How would she know that that's what is going to be asked? That I'm able to do, okay, yep, I'm on it, boom, boom, and I'm recording this. That's some multitasking shit. Or I ended the recording and then I just hurry up and texted Eric. I just couldn't wait to text this motherfucker to ask him if he was. And then he responds back at 2:13 and she says, yeah, and I went to sleep. You guys hear the background? Woo, yeah. Who's going to text him? And then here's Blaker. Can you send that to us in case we don't have it? What? And then how is Blaker not interjecting that he would know that? Yeah, I think that's actually because we're in a different time zone. Just sits there.
I don't know where Zen and Ethan are.
Okay.
I don't know.
It was on your phone, right?
Yes. Let me see what time that's at.
Oh, you got up and took a video?
I went up to, so pretty much, I don't know where Beth was, but she was upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee in Kaylee's room. I went up there to say hi and hang out with them for a little bit. The video I have is at 3:10, so I guess it was a lot later than I thought. Sorry, I don't know. This video I have is at 3:10.
Do we have those videos?
It was on your phone, right?
Yes, it was on my phone, so you should be able to have all this.
True crime audio.
Does anyone else want to text and ask if he's certain?
So it's the Uber driver that we all know.
Is that 3:11 a.m.?
That was 3:10. I thought it was around
What were
2:30.
they asking to text Eric for?
To take us back to Grub Chuck so we can get more food.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Grub Chuck was like the best place to go when you were drunk.
So who's in the house at 3:10 a.m.?
I don't know where Zen and Ethan are.
Okay.
I don't know if they came home or not, but I know for sure. I know in the video we can hear her laughing. So it's me, Kaylee, and Maddie. That is who's in that video. And I have a picture of Maddie.
Just to make sure that we have that, could you text that to myself?
Yes, I have a picture of Maddie too, and I'll save both of these and send them to you.
Thank you.
And I can screenshot the timestamp too. I can send it to you after this whole
Yeah,
thing.
that's fine.
And that's on the 13th of November.
That's on Sunday. I guess it's really early Sunday. So I guess that was at 3:10. I thought it was earlier. I didn't know that.
before we go further,
And it was
you
really.
said when you got home with,
Mm-hmm.
you said no one was home.
No one was
You
home.
even went upstairs.
No, I never went upstairs.
Oh.
But because Kaylee and Maddie came home later, that's how I knew they were not there that time.
So what about Ethan and Zayna?
Their door was open. I could see that. I could tell that they were not home.
Their door was open at that point. When
Yes,
you came?
Sorry, I can't fully remember. I don't know for sure if their door was open or not, but I believe they were not there. I mean, maybe they were, but at that moment, I believe they were not.
Okay.
So obviously,
Let me step back because that's a fair question. So when you were talking about Ethan trying to get hold of his sister, did he leave your group to go check on his sister?
I don't think so. I don't know. I think he thought that she might be either at her house or like at the formal, wherever it was. I don't really know. I don't remember talking to him a lot.
Basically, how did she find? This is the question. When did Ethan start doing that? When was he starting to text Macy? Okay. Because how did you know Ethan's dead? Okay. How did you know that Ethan was trying to text Maisie? Were you in his presence when this was happening? Okay. What time are those text messages at? Because he's trying to get her to come to the lodge party. Okay. And she's like, and I never got the text messages, Maisie says, because I had already went to bed. You know, I wasn't going out. Okay. So she's Gooch is trying to understand, and all she should be asking is like, what time was all of that at? Okay. So that was way earlier, you know what I mean? But here, let's go back to this point. Gooch has no idea that Dylan has said before that when she came home that she let the dog out. She came home, she went upstairs, got Murphy, and let Murphy out. Now that is just completely is just, she says it right here. No, when I got home, I didn't go upstairs. I just knew that nobody was home because when Kaylee and Maddie got home, obviously if they're getting home at this time, it's, you know, they weren't home before. But wait a second. If that means that you would have had to been up and literally physically seeing them come through the door. Because otherwise, if you just wake up, how do you know that they weren't up there? Then you would have to say, oh, did you guys just get back from the club? She'd have to say that. She'd have to say, when I went upstairs, they had just gotten back. I saw they had just got back from the club. That's where they went. And they told me that they had just gotten back from the so-and-so. And Eric had just dropped them off. And hey, why don't you call him, see if he's still driving and he can go pick us up some food. Like that. Like that's how that would be broken down and explained. I'm just curious as to when she's saying that she just woke up because I heard them come home. That I'm just shocked that if that's the case, why weren't you with them? Like when they had come home, they're in the living room. Would they just run straight upstairs? You know? And what even tells me more is that if she hears them come home and when she just pops up and wakes right up, what's her first instinct? To get to when she hears something, she opens up her door and she just goes right upstairs. Why didn't she do that at 4 o'clock in the morning before she never would have seen a masked man, right? You would have opened up your door just like you did at 2 o'clock in the morning and went up there and, you know, just joined them. That's your natural reaction, right? So then at 4, when you supposedly woke up again, you didn't go upstairs. I find that hard to believe because that's just not your natural reaction. It's like literally just a couple. It's like right outside her door. Also, here's a bombshell. We're going to be putting it out there. Corbin Smith's body cam. They messed up on a redaction part. And it is now 100% undeniable that that Dylan's door was 100% open and the light was on. Not some Scentsy light. Her damn bedroom light was on. Why this is significant is if she left her room to run downstairs, okay, or whatever version you want to take, that she, after seeing him when she came out, then she ran downstairs. Her light, her bedroom light was just on blazing. The door's wide open. And if you are hiding from somebody or don't want someone to know that you're in your room, and like Victoria Gooch starts talking about this, which is the lighting in the house. Were these lights all on in the house? Because people don't come in and they don't like to burglarize and perpetrators with the lights on. So we're going to get into this, but we were able to get a portion of this camera, and without a doubt can prove. Remember, they said they never went back upstairs. So how that was when they arrived, door open, light on, everything.
Me, yes, left that little group to go into the lodge. So I don't know where him and Xana
You
went
never
after.
saw him again.
No, I did not see him again. So after the video of me, Maddie, Kaylee, and in that room, I did text, and I'm gonna guess you have those text. I can screenshot all of it to you.
Okay.
I texted. I was like, "Hey, are you driving tonight?" He goes, "Yes, I am." And then me and Kaylee were like, "We're not gonna go anymore." Like, we just didn't feel like going, so we never did. I went into bed. I have a big habit of locking my door because I watch Criminal Minds a lot, and it kind of messes up my mind, so I get freaked out about everything pretty much. I don't remember if I locked my door or not that night, but pretty much there was music playing in the living room, which is very normal. People come out, like, arguments, come home drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on the weekend.
Okay, ready? How was music being played in the living room? The speakers and everything that you see in that house, that's why I examined one more time, took a look around the house. There is no speakers that are in the living room in that house. The speakers are in the kitchen that are in that house at that time. So when you want to say that there was music playing from the living room, the only way that you could do that is to play it from your television. That's the only thing that was going to pump out anything would be from the TV. But the speakers in the music, so listen, would be in the kitchen. But she wants to say that there was music was on, it was in the living room. Well, are you sure it wasn't coming from the kitchen? So again, 2:10 a.m., we have a video. Text, and then he texts back, and she says, me and Kaylee decided that we weren't going to get anything. We decided. Okay, why the fuck would you message him and then all of a sudden decide we're not going to get anything? Who the fuck does that? Well, then wouldn't you normally, if you decide that you're not going to get anything, after he says, yeah, I'm out still driving, okay? Oh, never mind. I mean, hey, he's still driving. He decides and Kaylee's over here. She begins at 2:16. Well, I'm sorry, I think at 2:13, she texts Jack D about the vape pen. Okay. So she's like, yeah, get food. I'm texting Jack D about his vape pen. And at the same time, Jack D's like something about the vape pen. Kaylee and Dylan are over here like, oh, he got back to you. Never mind. We're not going to get it. I'm good. I'm really not that hungry. Like, if there was nothing involved with me to go get anything and that dude's just going to go pick up the food and bring it back. But if I don't have to get in the car to like go get it again, hey, can you just get it and we pay you for it? Is that like what we're talking about here? Or does that mean like he's going to have to come pick us up? We're going to have to get in the car. We're going to have to go there. Then we're going to have to get out of the car. Yeah, I don't want to do anything. I don't want to do any of that. That would make sense to me if I didn't want to do anything like that. Right? But if I could say, ask him if he's still driving, hey, would you pick up my order? And I'm just going to pay you like I was in the car, then yeah, why wouldn't I? And if you know that he's done that in the past, like you would already know if you can pull that off or not. This wouldn't be the first time that you'd be asking Eric, hey, has anyone ever asked you if you could actually get our order for us? Like, what? You wouldn't be, So my guess is that you'd actually have to get in the car with him and go do all that. But then I'm starting to think to myself, well, wow, why wouldn't you just DoorDash if you wanted food, right? DoorDash. Are you trying to get ahead of something here? It's just like, oh, and then the infamous, and there would be actually a DoorDash that night. Do you guys get where I'm going with this? They did not want food. Food came to that house that night. Who was the food for? Just because I order food on my DoorDash It does not mean that it's just for me. Who's the food for? Who ate the food? And guess what? Ethan didn't have any food in his system. But we didn't get to ever check Bethany or Dylan. Xana, I think there's going to be food in her system. And then Molly's over here talking about it was really bad. It was a really light bag. There really wasn't much in it. How the fuck do you know, Molly? All those days later, Molly, working 18 hours just that day, you know what was in that. Then Molly knows a lot about that delivery, doesn't she? I wouldn't know that because it wouldn't be important, right? Until it became important. But then if you ask somebody it too late, then you can't think back like that. That's not how it works. You'd have to hit somebody up, lickety split.
Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I don't know how I knew it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was from her voice. And I also knew that Murphy was with her. So that's how I knew it was for sure Kaylee.
Her dog.
Normal people come out, like arguments, come home drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on the weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee.
I get that you're saying it's you come home drunk with people and you play music, you know, that's totally normal. That's not what the night was, though. You came home, Bethany came home, Maddie's in the house, Kaylee's in the house. Did you guys bring people home that night? Like, listen to what she's trying. She's trying to say she heard this music, but guess what? That's normal because we bring people back home to our house and then we're playing music and hanging out. Well, that's not what happened on this night because you're home. Everybody's home, supposedly, right? Or what happened between 2:13 a.m. and 4:30? What truly happened? Because you could leave. Those people could have walked to anybody's apartment over there and brought people over from wherever. But listen to her talk about the fact that why this music is on. And if everybody's home, remember the whole saying is the PCA, everybody got home by 2 and in their rooms by 4. So listen to her talk about this.
By her voice. I don't know how I have a big habit of locking my door because I watch Criminal Minds a lot and it kind of messes up my mind, so I get freaked out about everything pretty much. I don't remember if I locked my door or not that night, but pretty much there was music.
She doesn't remember if she locked her door that night or not. She said she does not remember if she locked her door that night or not, like when she went to bed.
Playing in the living room, which is very normal. People come out, like arguments, come home drunk with some people, you play music. That's normal on the weekends. Not weird at all. I could tell it was Kaylee by her voice. I don't know how I knew it was her, but I'm pretty sure it was from her voice. And I also knew that Murphy was with her. So
okay. She has totally created a fucking narrative in her own head. Listen, it is normal that people, what she's describing, but that's not what happened that night. Because everybody was already home, Dylan. Okay? When you went to bed, Dylan, was there music playing? Was there music playing? Yes or no? I don't remember. If you were to ask her that question, I don't remember. Okay? So Dylan, if everybody's home and nobody brought people home, right? The only people that could be technically brought people home are the people that aren't home yet, right? And that would be who? Dylan, Xana, and Ethan. So the only people that in my mind is logical that if you woke up and you heard music playing is I'm thinking that has to do with Ethan and Xana. Period. Because Maddie, Kaylee, me, and Bethany already all home and already all went to sleep. Or if we didn't go to sleep, we didn't bring people back. Like how you should be talking about this is if you truly went to bed at 2:13, you would be saying things like, yeah, after we decided that we weren't going to get anything, then I go back downstairs. I go back to my room and I was just, I don't know, on my phone looking at social media. And then I just, pass out. And then I just remember waking up. And when I woke up, this is what I heard. She's trying to already get in front of the fact that it would not be weird that there was music playing when she woke up. Well, who turned on the music? So was it normal that Kaylee would just at 4 o'clock or 4 o'clock in the morning just decide, you know what, I've been home for 2 hours. We just decided that we're not going to be going and bothering and getting anything. I'm just going to start playing music at 4 a.m. and start dancing with fucking Murphy. Is that normally what Kaylee does?
That's how I knew it was for sure Kaylee.
Her dog.
Yes, her dog. And
What time did you go to bed? What time do you think you went to bed?
Here we
I
go.
have no clue. Somewhere after that video of 3:10.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't fully remember.
See, everything that she does not want to talk about. I don't remember. How do you not remember when you went to bed? How much time do you think had passed? What did you do after that? Obviously, you didn't go to sleep in Kaylee's bed, did you? Okay, so you had to come downstairs. I don't remember. See, they just want to skip parts, and how they're skipping parts is they say, I don't remember.
When did you text, or that would help us,
Yes, I'll look at that.
because you went to bed after you texted him?
Yes, I went to bed. I was walking downstairs when I texted him, so it would have been like
Got it right there. Do you see how I was walking down the stairs when I texted him? Do you see how Victoria Gooch, Blaker's just sitting there. Victoria Gooch is like, okay, well, didn't you text him? Like, what time was that at? And we already know the text, what time that was. She texted him at 2:10. He texted her back at 2:13. But now, this is what's amazing. She's now going to say that she was texting him, because clearly it was not this man, at 2:10 when she was walking down the stairs. But you were taking a video at 2:10 up in Kaylee's room. So then you just decided to walk away from your friends when you're going to ask if the guy is driving, when everybody's on the video and, oh, here, text so-and-so and ask if he's driving. Sorry, can't happen like that. But wow, what a very vivid memory that you have of you walking down the steps and texting.
right after
Were you using your normal phone texting to talk
Yes.
to these people, or were you using an app or something like that?
What do you mean texting? Like,
So there's multiple ways to text people. You can either text by using your phone through the
Yeah.
actual message system, or you use Facebook or Snapchat.
yeah. So the main two ways we text is Snapchat and text.
Okay.
I switch between both. Like, it's never like, oh, I only text this. Like, I don't, like it's both kind of.
Okay. Do you have a preference on which one you normally use?
No, it just is like if
Or
they
does it depend on who you're talking to?
I guess it would be, it depends on who I'm talking to and like how important it is. Usually if it's more important, I go through text. But then also like I'll
Plumbing,
text like my high school
trip
friends through more
audio.
text than Snapchat.
Okay.
Like it just
Totally, I can get down with that. Everybody has their ways on how they communicate with different groups of people.
it just is random, I would say. Nothing really
It's
why.
not difficult to transition between the two. is it?
No, it's not. Like my friend, I'll text through Snapchat and then I'll also start texting her through
I do that as well.
messages. It just is random.
Okay.
Let me
So
try.
could there be chances we could see gaps when they look at your phone and everything like that? They could see text messages through your normal phone here, no text messages in them maybe for a day or two because you're using something
Yeah.
else.
I thought, are you guys able to go like download my Snapchat stuff in there, or
I
is
don't
that not
know.
possible?
So I've been traveling these last couple
Okay.
of days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in Moscow and what they've been able to find.
Okay.
But if I have information that it's normal for you to do certain things, then it helps them.
Because there is a gap on your cell phone. There's a
Okay.
gap.
Right there. Boom. Victoria Gooch. I've been asking how much information does Victoria Gooch have before she does this interview? Guess what, guys? She has it all. Victoria Gooch has her cell phone, at least to the standpoint of that there is huge gaps in your phone, Dylan. Huge gaps. They knew it. This is why Ann Taylor had her, Victoria Gooch, as a witness. Right there, that comment right there is what Ann Taylor was going to hammer, and to be talking about the fact that they knew it day one, that Dylan Mortensen's phone, okay, showed what, Victoria Gooch? Because when you went to the grand jury with your fucking summary of that broad's phone, y'all lied. You lied to the grand jury. Victoria Gooch, you didn't testify to the grand jury, did you? No, they left you out of that because you probably didn't want none of that shit, right? You weren't going to risk your career, were you? Hell no, I was not going to risk my career for these fucking slobs with some beards. Trulies for the win. I'm going to act like I don't even know what Trulies are or high noons are. I'm going to play so stupid. And that's all he's doing. He's playing dumb. So right there, boom. That's like an explosion. Victoria Gooch knows it, and she just Blaker's playing games. Okay? Playing dumb, acting like he doesn't know anything. That's why I love Victoria Gooch. She's like, I'm not doing that to this girl. I'm just going to tell her. Victoria Gooch just comes out and says, yeah, there's a bunch of I'll replay it in her words. But listen to how Victoria Gooch just goes right to it and says, yeah, your phone has gaps in it. Okay. Listen to how Blaker wanted to do it. Oh, if I could just give them information, maybe it could,
Meshes in them maybe for a day or two because you're using
Text and Snapchat.
Okay.
Like it just is random, I would say. Nothing really.
It's
why?
not difficult to transition between the two.
No, it's not. Like my friend, I'll text through Snapchat and then I'll also texting her through messages. It just is random.
Okay.
Let me
So
try.
could there be chances we could see gaps when they look at your phone and everything like that? They could see text messages through your normal phone here, no text messages in them maybe for a day or two because you're using something
Yeah.
else.
I thought. Are you guys able to go like download my Snapchat stuff in there, or
I
is
don't
that not
know.
possible?
So I've been traveling these last couple of
Okay.
days, so I don't know everything that's been done up there in Moscow and what they've been able to find.
Okay.
But if I have information that it's normal for you to do certain things, then it helps them.
Because there is a gap on your cell phone. There's a
Okay.
gap
Plunder.
of
that's-
communications on your cell phone from
Audio.
Saturday, but it resumes normally on Sunday.
Yeah, that's probably why. If there is any way that you
Whoa! Oh shit! Oh shit! Saturday is the day with the huge gaps, and then things resume normally on Sunday the 13th.
guys could download that stuff, I would really like you to have that just so you can get a better timeline and figure anything out if that's
Okay.
possible.
Well,
I don't want to interject too much, but I just got an email from Bill Thompson about specifically Snapchat accounts, all the accounts that you.
Whoa! I just got an email from Bill Thompson. Woo! Boy, that baby. Bill Thompson. I just got an email from Bill Thompson. Whoa. Bill Thompson talking about Snapchatty. This is Dylan's attorney.
Would have on your email, because I was talking to the detective Blaker about maybe you guys just deleting those accounts so that you're not getting hounded by, the trolls out there. And he had a meeting this morning with a forensic detective, and he says, we prefer that the accounts not be deleted. If it would help, we could get your client's login information to Detective Mowry, and he could then change the passwords so your clients wouldn't have to worry about the accounts.
Okay.
So that's just something for you guys to discuss and throw out, that's what they're wanting to know, what you want to do with that. If that's easier to just give them your passwords and they can just log in. But
It's totally fine with me.
I'll let you guys think about that.
Okay.
The one thing with Snapchat is when you do send a text, it can go away. So
Yes.
I'm gonna guess you guys can still download that stuff maybe.
If not, that they can also request through Snapchat
Yeah.
for preservation.
Okay,
And then
that's-
see if it would still be there when they get.
That's the main thing, because I believe I called Ethan through Snapchat, not because some people only have their Snapchat, I don't have their phone number, which is kind of weird. That's how it is.
What's
So
your login information on Snapchat?
like my user,
User and then your.
so it would be
Plunder.
Back
True
that totally
crime
derailed.
audio.
Her lawyer just totally fucking derailed that. Her lawyer did a phenomenal job right there. Totally derailing the fact that, because this has nothing to do with the fact that Dylan's phone has gaps. This has nothing to do with what Bill Thompson just emailed you. Rather than saying, hold on. I'm going to object here, or hold on one second. I want to talk to my client about this really quick. Also, these are the audios that we're getting. Who knows? I would love, I'll pay the extra money. I'm going to ask somebody if we can get to the nitty gritty of the forensic stuff of it to see and to make sure. I want to know what type of redactions were had and when they were had and when they were made. And Dylan Mortensen, everything that Ann Taylor said, they knew about it, and they knew about it day one. So that means they know that she's up still on the phone because they've looked at it. So how about this? When Detective Mowry is writing things about that he hasn't even, that nobody, God, what was the date of that? Hold on. When was the Cellbrite put into, made as a, this is interviews on 11/17. How the fuck are you looking at her shit? Oh, because she gave permission. Wow. These fucking liars. Dude, they
Yes.
don't shit.
I have to figure out my password again, but it's probably going to be.
They knew it.
I mean, I can reset it so you guys can have that password.
This is what Ann's saying. To the grand jury, you falsified evidence. You told the grand jury that Dylan went to sleep and was asleep from 2:13 basically until 4, whatever time, 4 o'clock, 4:20, whatever, that she was sleeping, and they knew that she was not. And the prosecutor, okay, going to the grand jury, that's why it's prosecutorial misconduct, is because it's the same thing that Karen Reed was claiming. Same thing that a lot of people claim is that's prosecutorial misconduct. Is if you know something, you can't go and lie to the grand jury. Okay. Once Dylan is lying about that she went to sleep, then the questions on the whole, could this have been planted text messages back and forth? Then that all becomes to say yes because of the lie. Okay. You didn't just go to sleep at 2:13. And what I'm showing is that also she's claiming that she took this picture at 2:10, the video at 2:10, and that she was walking down the stairs texting Eric Grower. Those two things cannot be happening at the same time because of where the video was taken. It was taken in Kaylee's room, and you can see everybody on the bed. She's not walking away and texting. That's not what's happening. Unless, show me that video, and that's what she's doing. And that while she's videoing, which I think she made a Snapchat. So I'm creating a Snapchat, and I'm also texting. You'd have to get out of the app to do that. And then you couldn't, I mean, you'd have to, I don't even know if you could do that in 2022. If you could still be videoing and using a different application. I'd have to look.
Password. I'll try and figure that out.
So your password would.
I can't believe this.
I've had a lot of passwords, so I have to figure that out.
Can I ask you before I forget, because I will, because I'm older. Do you happen to know your roommates' passwords onto their cell phones?
No, I don't at all.
So you've never seen them put in their pen or do.
And now I know why they're asking this 1000%. Now that we all know that Victoria Gooch has everything, okay? There's reason to believe that it's like, okay, which one of you guys got into their phones to be able to use their phones?
No, usually you don't. You're not really logging out of Snapchat.
I'm just talking just into their phones in general.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if they have passwords or not. I have no clue. May or may not know Maddie's because we're all super close, but Maddie was, so they had like that a little bit stronger connection. But I doubt she knows that.
She's basically saying that Bethany might know Maddie's. And she's also saying that she has no idea if they even have a passcode on their phone or not.
3:10 is when I asked her, "Are you driving by chance?" At 3:13, he said, "I am." But I never responded. I just went to bed. So I guess it would have been like 3:15 I went to bed-ish.
So the timeline, and you know this already, that it's so critical to us.
Yeah, I remember when I first did the second interview, I didn't know the times, but now looking at photos and texts, I can see better timeline.
Do you know if it ever came?
I don't think so. I would guess he didn't because I never responded. But
she asked, did Eric ever come over? This is her answer.
I don't think so.
It's so critical to us.
Yeah, I remember when I first did the second interview, I didn't know the times, but now looking at photos and texts, I can see better timeline.
Do you know if it ever came?
I don't think so. I would guess he didn't because I never responded. But we talked to him all the time. We text him all the time. He knew where our house was. He knew what Frontlandis was, what the Whites was. We really liked him. He was our favorite Uber driver. He could know something just because they do probably have cameras and it probably.
What is she talking about here? The question was, did Eric come over? Think about this. This is the only question that there is on the table. Do you know if Eric came? Did you ask him if he's still driving? That was the question. Pay attention to where this goes. Okay? And this is when you don't listen to the question because you think that they're asking something else. And so you're answering what you think that they're trying to get to. That's what this is. Listen to this. It's very, very telling.
I would guess the second interview, I didn't know the times, but now looking at photos and texts, I can see better timeline.
Do you know if it ever came?
I don't think so.
That's it. I don't know. What do you mean, did he come to the house? Oh, I have no idea. No, for me, for that, I never talked to him again. What do you mean, did he come to the house? No, not that I know of. How would you answer that? How would you answer that? I can tell you this, you would not be answering it like this.
Ever came?
I don't think so. I would guess he didn't because I never responded. But we talked to him all the time. We text him all the time. He knew where our house was. He knew what Frontlandis was, what the Whites was. We really liked him. He was our favorite Uber driver. He could know something just because they do probably have cameras, and it probably would be a good guy to talk to just in case. But we trusted him. He was a super nice guy. Always made sure we got home safe. I never had any weird suspicion with him ever.
How old is he?
Oh, I don't know. I think mid-30s probably. He has a kid. I know that. He's married.
So he's talked to you. You've had conversations.
Yeah, we've had a lot of conversations, obviously drunk with him.
She thinks that she's asking this question because, did he come over? That he could be the killer.
So you went to bed after that communication?
Yes, after that communication.
I went to bed.
I don't fully remember, but I think I was on my phone watching Vampire Diaries for a little bit. I don't know how long. I don't know for sure if I was or wasn't. Again, I don't know if I locked my door. I have a habit of locking my door, but I don't know if I did. And
why wouldn't you I would be asking about the whole getting changed thing. Okay, so what were you wearing that night? Do you remember changing? Does anybody get into pajamas? Or just I don't know, t-shirt, booty shorts, fucking anything? Teddies, I don't know, lingerie. That's how you need to trigger it. You need to trigger this. So you can get oh yeah, when I walked out, then I was do you brush your teeth? Do you take a shower before you go to bed? Do you wash your face? Come on. That's what you got to ask, and that never comes. It never comes. When you want to talk about someone's routine, what's your bedtime routine? Did you get any water? Do you usually put a glass of water next to your bed? Because you're going to be sick during the night, or I don't know, you want a bottle of water?
I don't remember. I'm usually the one that locks the sliding door at night because Dan and Ethan would get up and forget to lock it. I don't know if I locked it that night. I don't know if anyone else. I don't believe I locked it. But it also wasn't like, oh, you have to lock it. Like Moscow always seemed like a super safe place. Like you walk home at night drunk by yourself or with one other girl. Like that's just the norm of Moscow. So I fell asleep.
Okay, you know what else that would tell me? I'm telling you this right now. If she's the one that always checks to make sure the shit's locked because she knows that she has irresponsible roommates and if they're drunk and whatever. The other thing is that it would be normal for her to get up out of her bed and actually leave the room to go to the kitchen and to check that slider because it would just be like muscle memory.
Usually when I am drunk, I fall asleep a lot better. And during the weekdays,
Who doesn't? It's called passing out. Victoria Gooch is probably like, yeah, girl, I feel ya. Me too.
get a lot more scared about things. But when on the weekends, because I have been intoxicated and I am obviously drunk, I sleep a lot better, like a lot deeper sleep, I would say. So.
Do you suffer from anxiety? Even before starting?
I just remember, I remember waking up around 4 to 4:20. I have text between me and Kaylee at just text from me to her at 4:20. Let me make sure.
Plunder.
Well, I have to step back because I forgot to ask you. After the initial White Claws, what else did you consume? Because you had the 3 White Claws you told us.
So yes, 3 White Claws. Going to the house, I had some of Borg. Obviously, Rage Cage, I don't know what they put in it. I don't believe it was hard alcohol. I think it was just seltzers. I'm pretty sure it was just seltzers that store. I don't remember it being any hard alcohol.
It's
Obviously,
called Rage Cage?
Yes. It's like just drinking game. I had a little bit of, I don't know how much I would say, of Borg, which obviously has like vodka brunettes. I don't know how much. I don't know how much I drank, but obviously some of that.
Right there is where it seems like it's cut to me. It's spliced in a really weird way. Listen to this.
How much I would say. I don't remember it being any hard alcohol.
It's
Obviously,
called Rage Cage?
Yes. It's like just drinking game. I had a little bit of, I don't know how much I would say, of Borg, which obviously has like vodka brunettes. I don't know how much. I don't know how much I drank, but obviously some of that. And then
shitty as
I would say I probably had like 2 or 3 more drinks, maybe a few more.
And what were they?
rare.
Also White Claws.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So when you were playing Rage Cage, you remember just cracking up a claw and it's next to you too? Like, that's how you would ask that. Okay, so when you were playing this game, you guys pass this Borg around, you carry around a Borg. Do you have your own Borg? I realized that you guys sign your Borgs, like all aboard. We're having a Borgasm. You know, what do you name your Borg? How do you Borg?
Where were they at home?
What do you mean?
Did you drink them at home?
This was at house.
Okay.
This was at that house.
Did you drink anything at home when you ate the
No.
popcorn?
No.
Good job, Gooch.
So the drinking had stopped.
Once we left the house, it stopped.
So at around 2 o'clock, basically, based off of what you told
I
me.
think so. I don't fully know. I'm like trying to think again. Because I know the last video I have is us with dancing at. Let me look at that again.
Who's dancing?
That was at 12:57. So I would say,
True crime.
I don't know,
audio.
1:15, 1:30 left, just basing off these videos that I have.
Boom. And it's really 11:57 a.m. p.m. Okay, so she's at that house because they already left the Sigma Chi house. So she's talking about this house that's over here, okay, at 11:57 p.m. That's that last video of dancing at this house.
So we got that sober home, obviously.
Sober driver home.
What we watched Vampire Diaries, had popcorn. Maddie.
That would mean, okay, that you are home from like 12, let's just say 10, till 2 for 2 hours before Maddie and Kaylee come home.
No more alcohol.
No more alcohol. So then I guess I told you that rest of the.
But during the time from 12 to 2, Molly McMichaels will come through that bitch twice.
Part. So
You're in your bed. You said so. We interrupted you. So you awakened at somewhere between 4 and 4:20 a.m.
oh yeah, I have text that I texted Kaylee. So on my phone it says 5:22 because the time changed, but Moscow's an hour behind. So at
This is when they realize it.
4:22 in Moscow. I guess would that change also my Snapchat video times?
Yep.
Yes.
So then all of this would be an hour behind. That kind of messed everything up. Sorry. Then I guess everything would be an hour behind.
But on your phone now, you're saying at 4:22 you texted Kaylee the first time.
But now since we're in Boise, it changed to 5:22. I don't really know why.
Because we're an hour ahead.
Yeah, an hour ahead, and I made sure because I sent a screenshot to my mom that had my time, and it showed my mom's time, and obviously switched over because of Boise time.
So she knew this. So is Dylan playing the whoa. This isn't somebody confused. This is somebody that already knows this. And so you'd want to be telling the police that you are in the know of this right from the rip when you start talking about these times.
Sorry, that really confused me.
It couldn't have really confused you. What you'd be saying here is okay, so all these times I just gave you, they're all off an hour. And that's why when you actually go back and you look at stuff, it's really, really interesting. So I didn't turn in my assignment at 10:12. I turned it in at 9:12. Okay. I didn't pass, I got the texting Eric. I knew I was right. I knew that didn't happen that late. You know what I mean? And this is how you would bolster your credibility with them and everything in general, because Dylan had just been saying, I didn't think that was that late. That must have been way later than I thought. That type of stuff. No.
What did you text her?
I said, Kaylee, what's going on? Please answer.
Crime
So
audio.
Why did you ask that?
Great question. The first person that Dylan goes to at 4:22 that she wants to talk about when she woke up is at 4:22 a.m. I texted Kaylee. That's where she wants to start. And it's, Kaylee, what's going on? And then Victoria Gooch just says, why did you text her that?
So I'll start from there. 4 a.m., around 4 to 4:20. I don't know if I was still drunk. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was.
Now she asked her a question. And the only way that she can answer this question is to tell a story. That is a problem. Okay. The question is why did you text Kaylee that? And then the next one would be is, I get the when, right here you say 4:22, but when did you hear something right then? Did you see something? What's going on around you when you did that? That's what I would be wanting to know.
I said, Kaylee, what's going on? Please answer.
Crime
So
audio.
Why did you ask that?
So I'll start from there. 4 a.m., around 4 to 4:20. I don't know if I was still drunk. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was really asleep. I woke up out of nowhere. I heard
right there. First time we hear that. I woke up out of nowhere. That's where this is coming from. This is the story. This was not said to Mallory. This was not said to Mitch. Okay. Right here. Boom. I just woke up out of nowhere. But do you see how she gets to that point? She gets to that point because she has to tell the story. This is a story. This is a fucking story.
they're playing music. Probably was. I don't know for sure. I was really asleep. I like woke up out of nowhere. I heard her playing music.
How do you know it was her? I guess I should ask that.
I don't really know for sure why I knew it was her, but I think it's because I heard her voice and she's probably singing.
How can you say things she's probably singing? Either she's singing or she's not. When I woke up, I heard somebody singing and it sounded like it was Kaylee singing. She was probably singing what? Hold on a second.
I knew for sure it was her when she walked upstairs and she said someone's here. That's how I knew for sure that it was Kaylee.
Is it because you saw her? I knew for sure it was her when she walked up the stairs and said, there's somebody here. Walked up what stairs? There's so many stairs in that place. What stairs? Oh, right next to your bedroom with the light on. Who goes to sleep with their bedroom light on? Who plans to do that? Nobody. Nobody plans to do that. Dylan, did you shut your light off before you went to bed that night? Do you have any recollection of that?
So pretty much she like walked up the stairs.
So pretty much. God, part of me wants to have my book be called So Pretty Much at 4 a.m.
Normal, wasn't weird, and she said someone's here. That's how I knew for sure that it was Kaylee. So pretty much she like walked up the stairs, normal, wasn't weird or anything, and I was like, okay, like, and I can go back to bed. Like
So she like shouted out.
Okay, now I can go like back to bed. You hear that part? She's saying, I heard Kaylee say there's someone here. Okay, I can pretty much go back to bed now. The question was, why did you text Kaylee, hey, what's going on? Please answer. So what's the answer to that?
Somebody's here?
not to me. Pretty much she like walked up the stairs, normal, wasn't weird or anything, and I was like, okay, like, and I can go back to bed. Like
So she like shouted out to you, somebody's here?
Not to me. I don't know if she knew I was awake, but so she walked up the stairs with Murphy. I think she got to almost about the top of the stairs just by how many like stomps there was. And she said someone was here frantic.
Dude, do you know by how many stomps there was she got to the top of the stairs? Whoa, that is so descriptive. By the number of stops, like, so it wasn't two people, you know, think about that. If two people are doing it, it's double. Let me tell you how a little story here. We caught our roommate back in college having booty calls. Let me tell you how sneaky this bitch was. They were getting on each other's backs and doing piggyback rides up the stairs. So it was only 1 foot, like all you could hear is one person walking. So we never thought anything. She like literally giving each other piggyback rides up the stairs. And then the kid, how we caught him, he freaking got hurt going out the window the one day, and he played baseball and he couldn't play for like three games. The idiot jacked his arm up. And I thought it was a great thing because I wanted to catch him. So I'm over here fucking got all the back in the day when you had those old school camcorders, and we set it all up so that we would catch this motherfucker because we fucked with the baseball team all the time and they fucked with us, and it was fun shit. But this kid falls out of the fucking window and he couldn't say why he really got hurt. His coach would have been too happy about that. But like, so think about this. I just put myself back in these college scenarios and how nosy you are, man. Okay. And if you're not thinking that there's murderers and intruders, you're flying open the door, you know, and you're going out there, you're involved, you're not, there's no threat. So you're not staying in your room. You just go out there. Okay. You'd have to hear, like, if I'm trying to spy on something, it means I'm trying to catch somebody in something. But that's not what was happening here.
But it wasn't a yell because I know for a fact it wasn't like yell or shout because we're not here. And from what I heard, it's like between talking and yelling. Like, it wasn't yelling, but it's in between there. I believe I was also very drunk. I don't know how much of this is real. Like, I don't know if my mind was like doing whatever. I don't know any of it. Like, half of the stuff, I don't know if it's a dream or if it's real. I just have no clue. But in that moment of what I think I heard, was her saying, someone's here. Again, I think it was more like between talking and yelling. I don't know for sure.
Do you understand what she said to Maori? That's why that stuff is more important. What she told Noonans is it's like right there, nobody could influence her. She's been able to been influenced for on the rest of the 13th, the rest of the 14th, 15th, 16th, and now here on the 17th. This is happening on the 17th. But listen to how Detective Gooch handles this. I'm telling you. I want an interview with her.
From what I remember, I think she like ran down the stairs pretty fast and then it just stopped. That's when I texted her. I
ran down the stairs pretty much and just stopped. And like you didn't hear anything else, right? What that sounds to me like, if you didn't hear anything else, is that nobody running through like the living room area or going over to like Xana's room or anything like that. Like that if it just came down the stairs and it just like stopped, that the person to me in that, what she's describing here is that they would have left right after that, right down whenever there's somebody coming down those stairs that she's speaking about, that it was like the sound just stopped. And that seems to me that it could potentially be, I would love to know if you were in Dylan's room and you hear somebody go down the stairs that are actually going down to the first level, if that's what it could be and that you're out the front door. Because for this is the stop. How could it stop if you're running into the bathroom? If you're going over to that side of the house, how do the stairs, how does the footprints, how does that noise stop? It can't.
I believe is like, I was kind of like, what in the world, like, what is this? Like, doesn't make sense. And I didn't think anything was wrong because nothing ever bad happens in Moscow ever. So then.
Did Kaylee sound stressed?
Yes, kind of. I think, I don't know for sure.
What was Murphy doing? Was he barking?
Audio.
I think he was barking again. I don't remember fully. I think he was
Murphy
barking.
a barker? Does Murphy bark at strangers?
We don't get a lot of strangers, so I don't.
We don't get a lot of strangers. Oh my God, what kind of comment? Yeah, you do. Everybody that comes to that house is a stranger to Murphy. You know what I mean? What about the mailman? Like, you got to get triggering here. Let's see how she does.
I don't know. Think so.
What would make Murphy bark?
Good.
What normally, under normal circumstances, would make Murphy bark?
Blake, are you taking notes, buddy? I hope you are.
He just wasn't really much of a barker.
But you heard him barking, you think? Or
Yeah, I think so. From what I think I heard.
Can I step back a second?
Yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this because you've been consuming alcohol, but I have to ask you because you have gone.
So.
I have no idea where this has to be redacted.
So you heard Murphy barking, but Murphy's barked before.
I mean, like, so when in the backyard there's dogs out there and he would bark at them. I don't think he ever really barked at people. Again, I don't remember fully. I'm just guessing off of what I think.
I'm guessing off of what I think. What are you talking about? Like, we're not talking about that night. We're talking about in general, since you've been living there in August. Do you have any personal recollections where you thought to yourself, oh my God, why is Murphy barking like a lunatic? Let me go see what's going on. Oh, now I see why. There's a Prime Amazon truck right here. You know what I mean? Like, and it's not until December 30th when she does her victimology sheet with Joe Lake that if you use that and you listen to that and
But I do think I think I remember hearing barking when Keely said that. And I just something about her running down the stairs really fast because of how fast she was stomping.
You could hear that.
Yeah, from what I don't know if it's real or if my mind's just drunk and awake. I don't know really.
Well, that's important for us, so
Yeah.
we can't tell you whether or not that was reality.
Yeah, I mean, I have no clue. I keep trying to remember, but I don't know what's real and what's not, pretty much from that night, and it's kind of frustrating not knowing at all. I don't remember who I called first. I don't remember when I called them. I mean, I guess I could look on Sunday.
They don't want to talk about that. Both of them do not want to talk about the order of the phone calls, and it's way important, and and they know that it is. They know that it's important. They know that it shows something else. This is
Day for my phone.
Was this at the time you heard Kaylee writing?
Yes.
Okay.
Let me look from Sunday.
What's Kaylee saying?
She just said someone's here, and then nothing else, from what I remember.
But it sounded like you said you heard her say someone's here, then heard the frantic.
Yes, that's what I think I remember.
So
Like
she was wearing shoes or not wearing shoes?
I think she was wearing, because all the girls like wear those Doc Martens, whatever. I think it was those. I don't know. I have no clue, but I'm pretty sure it was shoes because of how loud it was. Again, I don't know for sure.
Nobody had shoes on, by the way. That's important. Okay. None of the victims had their shoes on. Okay. But it's like, is this what you heard at 2 a.m.? Is this what woke you up and then you went upstairs and you're hanging out with them? I mean, it's like, what do you mean you don't know? What do you mean you don't know what's real and what's not? What are you talking about? What did you do? What do you remember doing? That's why the first interview is by far like what matters.
From looking at my phone. Okay, so I called at 4:19 a.m., which I didn't know. I guess I called before I texted Kaylee.
Right there, she didn't though. She's literally looking at her phone and lying about this call. How can you do that? How are the police allowing this? Looking at her phone, she's like, "Oh, it looks like I called Bethany." No, Bethany called you. I know what an iPhone. I have an iPhone. When you go to look at this, it's going to tell you if it's incoming or outgoing. You cannot possibly do it you have to literally, and they catch it. Unreal. Let's see how they handle this. She's looking at her phone.
And I think that's when she said something about firecracker, which I thought she was saying that like someone threw fireworks in her house because she heard I don't know what she heard, and something about like a light. I guess you talked to her. I don't fully know. I didn't understand it. I was out of it, obviously, probably still tipsy and just woke up. I thought she meant someone threw fireworks in her house, which didn't make any sense.
So then that's why you would have been really confused, right? Okay. So let's all play a different scenario here. Okay. When Bethany calls you to say, hey, because we just listened to what she said. Hey, did you just hear that? And Bethany's like, I think that she said, yeah. And so
after that, I called Xana at 4:20 a.m. And then next, I called Kaylee as well as at 4:20 a.m.
And what, did you leave a message or anything?
No. And then I called again at 4:20. I don't really know why. Then I called Maddie at 4:20.
I don't really know why. Listen to this. I don't really know why. This she's telling on herself. What do you mean you don't know why you would call Bethany? Of course you would call Bethany. You would be calling all of them, right? But she has to say, oh, I don't know why I would call her. But why do you have to act like you don't? Why are you acting like that? You don't need to act like that. Unless internally you know that it was what you were doing and your real true motives are wrong. And you get what I'm trying to say? Like, she's not saying, I have no idea why I called Kaylee or Maddie or Xana. But she's saying, I don't know why I called Bethany here. Listen, when she wants to, because she knows, because she has all this other knowledge that the police don't have. And when she's speaking, her brain can't help but, and she's thinking that everybody else knows what she knows.
4:20 a.m.
But she's acting like she doesn't know what she knows. That's how the best way I can describe it.
So after that, I called Xana at 4:20 a.m. And then next, I called Kaylee as well as at 4:20 a.m.
And what, did you leave a message or anything?
No. And then I called again at 4:20. I don't really know why.
She has no idea why. She said, I don't really know why I called Bethany again at 4:20 a.m. for 40, almost 50 seconds.
Then I called Maddie at 4:21. Then Maddie at then Kaylee at 4:27.
So you never left your room?
So after I heard Kaylee say that, from what I can remember is I opened the door, and I do remember like looking up the stairs and then looking.
Again, the question was, and then here it's story time. I want to rewind one thing here. If I'm Victoria Gooch, right away, and I would have been saying, wait a second, so you thought you heard Kaylee, but yet your first phone call was to Bethany? And then I would make her realize that, oh, wait, no, wait, Bethany called me. Also, at the same time that you're hearing this, Bethany is calling you. Is that how you remember it? Because we're trying to get all this timeline down. And then I would have her another way when I would say, oh, okay, so then after you talked to Bethany, because you thought you heard Kaylee, but you called Bethany first, or she called you, right? Okay. Then you called Xana before you called Kaylee, even though you thought that you heard Kaylee. You called Xana. Snap.
Then Maddie at then Kaylee at 4:27.
So right there, when the last time she says at 4:21, her Maddie Mogan call, then she skips all the way to 4:27. Okay. And that means all the texting that would be going on between her and Bethany, let's see when she's going to talk about that.
So you never left your room?
So after I heard Kaylee say that, from what I can remember is I opened the door, and I do remember like looking up the stairs and then looking to the side, and I could kind of see the living room, but not fully. And I just remember like seeing nothing. So I slept the door and locked it because I was freaking out. Like I didn't know if there was a guy there. I don't know if anything was there or not. Like, I don't know.
Crime audio.
I opened the door again. Again, I don't know if this was real or if my mind.
So the two times that we ask specific questions from Victoria Gooch, we get story time. Right? She asked her a question just back about 20 minutes ago when I ran on that rant, was like, dude, this is the question that she asked. What the fuck? About Eric Grower. Eric Grower, about coming back over. Eric Grower. We got the runaround. Okay, story time. Now we ask about coming out of your room, staying in your room. What do we get? We get story time. Right? So those two things are really important. Coming out of your room and Eric G.
was just like playing with me, but from what I think I heard was someone was crying in the bathroom, and I think it was Kaylee, but I don't know. I couldn't tell, and I just.
Which bathroom?
The one me and Xana share on the second floor.
So the second time you opened your door?
Yes, and again, I don't know for sure if this was in the bathroom, just like what I think happened from what I think I heard and all that, and then from. After like the crying, I think I heard someone, like this guy's voice I had never heard in my life, just saying like, no, like it's okay, I'm gonna help you. But it wasn't in this nice way, like it was a weird, creepy way from what I think I remembered. And I'm pretty, again, I don't know anything for sure. I think I called out for Kaylee and Xana because it was the second floor, and I was just like, Kaylee, Xana. And so if someone was there, they would have heard me, and I don't know.
So when you heard his voice, where would he have been when you heard it?
I think the bathroom.
Did you scream out before or after you heard his voice? That's all I care about.
I don't know for sure. It could have been. It just seemed too distant from the living room. So I just in my mind, I think in my mind just suggested, okay, bathroom. That's what I think I hear. Like I think it's bathroom.
And what was it again? He said, I'm sorry.
He said, no, she said, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. I think that's what I said. Again, everything's kind of fuzzy still. I don't fully remember.
Was it directed at you?
No.
How do you know?
I think what he was saying that to was whoever was crying in the bathroom. And I from what I think I remember, it was a male voice.
And what did you think? What were you thinking at this time?
I mean, I don't even know what I was
What were you
thinking. I was
doing
just
now?
like, what in the world is going on? Like, who is that? Like, are they talking to the girl crying? Like, I don't.
And you thought the girl might be Kaylee.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I think I thought.
But you're only thinking that because of the position of the bathroom in their bedrooms, but you don't know that it's Kaylee.
Yeah, I have no idea if it's Kaylee. I have no clue at all. That's just what I'm thinking.
You don't know. She's like, I have no clue if it was Kaylee. That's just who I thought. So you couldn't tell by the crying.
Thinking at that moment is like, I just thought it was Kaylee, but now I'm like, at that moment, what I thought was it was Kaylee. Now, after hearing more stuff and thinking more, it could have been Xana. But from that moment, I thought it was Kaylee.
It's more important. That's what I was going to tell you. It's more important because I know you've talked to, sounds like, from Dustin's interview.
Yeah.
Don't allow, if you can't, don't allow that information to influence what you knew at the time that we're asking you these things were happening, because we're trying to figure out who did this, and we can't have those influences drive our, we're trying to.
Yeah, so like at that moment,
you thought it was Kaylee.
I thought it was Kaylee. I totally thought it was Kaylee.
Had you ever heard that male voice before?
No, I've never heard that in my entire life.
Great job by Victoria Gooch. Fabulous job right there.
It was not Ethan's voice whatsoever. I know Ethan's voice, and it was not Ethan's voice at all.
And the tone of the voice, what did it sound like?
It was like almost like a sorry, but like creepy tone. I don't really know how to explain a voice. I guess it's kind of hard to explain, but it wasn't like, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. It was like, no, like, it's okay, I'm gonna help you. Like, it wasn't like this frantic, like, I'm gonna help you. It was just like, it was just weird from what I remember.
Can we step back for a second?
Yeah.
I don't watch Vampire Diaries. It's not my genre. I like scary movies. I will tell you, I watch Halloween every year.
Yeah.
I love it. Here we go. She did exactly what we all said. Like, this had to have happened, right? Victoria Gooch all over it again. Here it comes.
What was on the Vampire Diaries going on before you went to bed?
So Vampire Diaries is just about this girl and these two guys that are vampires that like fight between her. It's not supposed to be scary. It's just like those kind of like rom-com, like fictional, like dystopian kind of movies. I don't remember what episode we were on. To be honest, I don't remember I just remember watching Vampires. I don't remember what episode it was, what we saw. Like,
do the vampires rescue girls?
Kind of. I guess you can have to, like, I guess I would look it up to understand it more.
No, the only reason I'm asking is, could that seed have been planted in your mind?
What? I guess I have to look it up to understand it more. She has no idea about what the fucking show's about. Dude, Victoria Gooch, exactly. Don't they rescue the girls? Vampires rescue girls? What's going on? Listen to this answer. Whoops, you're blowing our cover here.
It's not supposed to be scary. It's just like those kind of like rom-com, like fictional, like dystopian.
Romantic comedy? That's what she's considering Vampire Diaries to be a rom-com? Is that what I heard? That's a romantic comedy.
Kind of movies. I don't remember what episode we were on, to be honest. I don't remember I just remember watching Vampires. I don't remember what episode it was, what we saw. Like,
do the vampires rescue girls?
Kind of. I guess you can have to, like, I guess I would look it up to understand it more.
No, the only
I guess I have to look it up to understand it more. Dude, you don't watch the show. You do not watch the show. Like, she has no idea about the show. She like, I have to look it up. What? Like, you mean you want Victoria Gooch to look it up, or do you need to look it up? She does not watch the show, you guys. Dude, Vampire Diaries. God, this is absolute this is you will not hear any of this shit from mainstream media. Oh my God. Dude, who goes home and we just went home, watched Vampire Diaries. Just keep on saying Vampire Diaries. Everybody just be on that page. Vampire Diaries, man.
The reason I'm asking is, could that seed have been planted in your mind from a movie you had just been watching?
Victoria Gooch just says it again. She's like, what were you watching? Okay, Vampire Diaries. Could that seed have been planted in your mind about, and that's like you're repeating what you heard on that show? She fucking is nailing it. Victoria Gooch nailing it. So prepared. Blaker. Go pour out a fucking Truly, big boy.
went to sleep.
I guess it could have. I mean, it is vampire. Like, I guess I don't know, but I mean, it's like vampires. One of the vampires is always dressed in like a black suit, black pants. So like that could have been. I don't know.
When you were jolted awake, or when you became aware, is that normal for you? Do you wake up under those circumstances, or do you wake up naturally?
Well, I have like a lot of times, like my mom will come in, I like gasp because I get freaked out a lot, like really easily. But the fact that I jumped up so fast and locked my door, like as fast as I did, not normal at all. I don't know, like something just came over me. It was like, get up, lock your door.
So,
oh my god, that's the same thing that Emily said. Everybody is just taking Hunter. Everyone is just taking parts of everyone's stories and just literally taking it on like it's part of their own stories. I don't know what just came over me when I just woke up. I got up and I just ran over and locked the door. So that would mean that your door was not locked when you went to bed. You understand? She's like, I can't remember if I locked my door or not that night. Well, yeah, you can, because when you just got up, you ran over and locked your door really quick. Did you also shut it? Dude. That same thing that Hunter says, I have no idea. I heard, like, when I woke up, I just got up and I just went over and I locked the door. This is everybody talking to each other. And this is just, you're taking on and you're morphing. I'm going to take a little bit about, and then you just start saying things. These are what pathological liars do. Okay. And I'm telling you, part of this book about Maisie saying, Dylan, shut the fuck up. Remember, why the fuck is she crying and acting like that? God, Miss fucking, drama queen. All she does is fucking lie. All she does is exaggerate and just makes shit up. That's the vibe I'm getting that from, like, she's just like saying things just to, listen to this. Oh my God, they're so nice. Oh my God, they're so nice.
something in your mind was processing, but
Yeah.
you don't know what it was.
I don't know what it was at all. I have no idea.
When that first happened, was Murphy barking?
I think so.
Like, I'm allowed to be critical of this because I'm going to tell you why. These people are trying to solve a murder, and we can't have you just your I thinks and I'm just taking this on. I mean, you are. It's called, I don't know. I would say it could be potential borderline. You could be arrested for. You're definitely affecting this investigation. So if you wanted to charge them with obstruction of justice.
So I don't know for sure. I think I heard barking, but again, I don't know for sure. It could have been my mind, just like, I don't know.
When you opened the door the first time to look up and down the hallway
Mm-hmm.
and up the stairs, was Murphy barking?
No. Well,
See how straight up that was? And then she says no. And then she's like, well, because she has to remember, like, okay, is that going to fuck up my story? Does that make it something? No. Well, she's so scared because she has to stick with the story.
I guess I shouldn't say no. I don't know for sure, but from what
Do you remember if Murphy was barking?
I don't think so. I think he was only barking when Kitty said something, and then I think he left the house. Like I like, when sounds get more distant and you can hear them getting more distant. That's what I thought I heard, and I think he went out of the house, like out the back door, which means that back door.
Plunder.
I think it would have been open.
Crime Audio.
Is he a very skittish dog?
Oh my God, do we see where this is headed? Like, now, boom, now, you know what? Murphy actually left. Murphy. What? Murphy. That door had to be open because Murphy was moving away from the house. Unreal. What? That's very specific. for things that you can't remember.
I mean, he's a puppy. I don't know if I would say skittish. I mean,
Is he easy to scare?
I don't think so. I don't really know for sure. I mean, I met him in August, so I wouldn't like know a ton. I guess you could say. I mean, he's still like a
So
puppy
I
in
have
a
to
way.
go back because we recorded this.
Yeah.
When you say he left the house, you're talking about the dog.
The dog,
not the subject that was in
From-
the house.
What I thought, and from how I could hear him barking, I thought he had left the house.
And was that the second time or first time? Because the
First
second
time.
time when you opened your door,
The first time was my thought. I guess when I opened the door, I think, like, I just looked around. I didn't hear any barking. Then I closed the door, and I think that's when I could tell Murphy was barking, like, out, like, leaving, I guess. I don't really understand it. My mind's, like, things are just almost, like, misplaced, I guess. Like,
because you've been through a lot.
yeah,
a lot
it
of
just
trauma.
doesn't make sense. Like, none of it makes sense at all. Like, I feel like there's pieces missing that I don't understand why.
Could be the alcohol as well.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So after the crying and the guy's voice, I shut the door again. I locked it. I kept opening and locking it.
Did you continue to call?
Who does that? Who opens and locks their door a total of 4 times? There is no story out there that she's ever, like, they get scared so easily, right? Is that how you normally act? And no, they normally go call each other and then they go grab golf clubs and then they start recording and going through and videotaping everything, and they get their phones out and they're recording. That's what they normally do. They're recording and making videos about everything. You're saying that you wouldn't be recording and making a video about this? Hell yeah, you would. And when you're going to go off exploring, you would go off exploring. You do it every other time.
I don't know. So like I can see I called Kaylee at 4:27 a.m. and then I called Xana at 4:28. So I don't know when those calls are between opening and locking the door from those 3 times, because I think I opened the door 3 times and then shut it 3 times. So I don't know when those calls are between. I thought maybe I called back the first or second time, but again, I don't know. It could have been before I even opened the door. I just don't
Were
know.
you processing any danger?
No, it was just like, I mean, obviously I was scared because I was like, why is there someone in the house? But like when I thought about it, I was just like, I mean, we have parties here a lot. People come in and out all the time. It's normal for people to come in like with other people. Like that's not weird. But I mean,
So then when she says there's someone here and you're used to that there's music playing, right? So what are you doing? Why are you thinking that there's danger? Exactly. Were you processing any danger? Because none of that's danger. The only time that you'd be processing danger is when you see a masked man. Before that, there's no danger.
I just didn't understand like what.
So like the opening and closing the door, you guys, why would you be doing any of that? You wouldn't. Unless you're leaving the room, going and you go and examine something and you see something and then you're like, oh my God, what the fuck? And then you run back into your room and close the door. And then you go back out of your room and you actually leave and you go and examine something else. And then you come back in and you close your door and lock it. And you keep on doing that. But you would have to be going and examining something. Exploring the house. Until you see the masked man, you would not be like none of this opening, closing, locking, peeking, fucking bullshit would occur. None of it. That makes 0 sense. You don't get up out of your bed to just go over to your to do what? Open my door and just like open it and close it? No, if I'm gonna get out of my bed at 4:00 in the morning and go to my door and open it to hear like what the hell's going on? Like what's all this noise? What the fuck? Then I'm gonna go. I'm not gonna just open up my door, stand, right in the doorway, and it's hot lava if I move outside of it. Like what? No, like that's absurd.
Was going on. Like it didn't make sense to me at all. I never would have thought, oh, like intruder, murderer, like that never crossed my mind once.
Exactly. That's why you would have gone and walked all over. You would have not. What you were saying, that's exactly true. So the question is when you kept on opening your door, why? The question is here to ask her is why didn't you leave your room when you heard this? Why would you just go to your door, open it, and just peek out? Why would you? The last time that something like this happens, you're going and exploring the house. You last time you said you heard Maddie and Kaylee come home. You got out of your room and you went upstairs and you went then and hung out in their room, right? So why didn't you do that this time? You have to call her on this. And then at least maybe she's going to say, well, I had seen the masked man at that point already. You have to find out when she saw the masked man in the timeline.
That's what I don't understand.
So I want to tell you, from the first time I heard the story, the perspective I had, not your story, but hearing it from the detective sergeant, I thought, this is why it's important, that the offender was talking to you.
No.
That you're going to be okay.
No.
It was directed at the person crying in the bathroom.
Sorry if I got mixed up, but like.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
This is why it's important. Who do you think that person was talking to?
I think it was Kaylee, and I think the guy was talking to Kaylee in what I think was the bathroom.
That's important. But do you see my perspective?
Yeah, that makes more sense.
Then that means he knows you and he wants to protect you. And that would be important for his investigation.
That makes more sense. So obviously I looked for her that second time. I don't know who I called before, after, whatever.
It's on your phone though?
Yeah, it's on my phone. And
so did you ever call anyone outside the house?
No, it didn't even cross my mind. I was just calling my roommates. That's like my closest friends who I trust.
I couldn't even cross my mind to call anybody outside the house.
Called Ethan at one point. I mean, let me go on Snapchat. I don't know if it's still there or not.
If it is, can you take a screenshot of it so we don't lose it?
She sure is on it.
And nobody's answering the phone. What about?
She answered the phone.
And what'd you say?
I don't remember what I called her. I don't know at all. And I have the text, but I just remember her saying something about fireworks. Fireworks. That's all I remember. I don't remember what I said to her. It just says Sunday, Ethan.
She wants nothing to do with this part. Then she just slides in there. Oh, and I have the text, and we texted. You guys, how in the world is she literally once? I don't know. I have no idea what we talked about. Nothing. Like exactly. But you do, and you can never say what y'all were really talking about, can you? Because this is not it.
The top. I mean, do you want me to screenshot it still?
Yeah.
Timeline.
There's no time. There's no time on it. I don't really know why.
Was that through Snapchat?
Yeah, that was through Snapchat because I have his number. But the reason I called Ethan is because like Ethan's the one that we trusted. It was like if Ethan said that we're safe, because me and are always freaked out at that house. Like someone's gonna. I don't know. Me and are always kind of freaked out by that stuff, and we would hear Ethan and be like, "Okay, Ethan's here. Like we're safe. It doesn't matter. He's 6'3", big guy. Like we're safe." That's why I called him. But he obviously didn't answer, and I thought maybe he was still at or he was at home. I don't know.
Do you think that was somewhere between 4:20 and 4:27?
I have no clue. Okay. I don't have any memory, really.
She has no memory of when she called Ethan. This is so important because I've been saying, who was using your phone, Dylan? Who was using your phone? Thrive Collection. Thank you. Thank you. Donna Martin, graduate. Woo woo. Super chats are super nice. They're just super nice, man. You guys are just super nice people. William Tardy is just so super nice. He's just really a super nice dude. Like I trust him. He mods for me. I just trust him. He's super nice. Donna, she's super nice. Look at that avatar. It's a real person. Donna, look at this. Don't be hating. Super nice dog. I mean, it's just a puppy though. So super nice though. Can the phone records help? Yes, they can be. Yes, that's what I'm on. I just want the day. I just want those 2 days of the FOIA. So we'll see. Yes, super nice. All of you guys are just super nice. All right.
So obviously after I heard what I think I heard was crying in the bathroom and that guy talking to Kaylee, I opened the door again, and
Is that the third time?
Yes, this is the third time. And I don't know how I knew it was someone because from my mind, it's like I was once wearing these like blurry glasses. Like it's so fuzzy and cloudy, but it was like a figure of someone wearing all black. And it was like they had the ski mask that was covering their forehead and their chin and mouth. but I could see that. All I remember was seeing their eyebrows.
True crime.
And I don't
audio.
remember what their eyes looked like, but I remember their eyebrows. I don't remember the color of the eyebrows were. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's all I could think about. And he was holding this item. I kept calling it a mini vacuum, which makes absolutely no sense. Why would he hold a mini vacuum? Like that makes. I just remember thinking that.
I mean, you think he was a male?
Yes, because of the voice I heard. I don't think it was female at all. And from what I remember, he was like, from looking at him, was like the figure of what I saw was about my height, maybe a few inches taller. That's how I knew. And
She doesn't say there. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be a female. I'd never thought about it. You know what I mean? Like she's not second guessing herself there. All she just says, no, because of the voice that I heard, you know. So you associated that person's voice. Think about this. That person's voice with the masked intruder. Like that's, when did you say that's what that would be? How long after hearing the crying from the mask? You know what I'm trying to say? Like, come on, man, get the times.
When I got interviewed the first, second time, they're like, what was his shape? And I remember saying, like, from that moment of seeing him, I think he was like he wasn't like muscular, but he wasn't like super skinny. So it was like it was like skinny toned, like that basketball kind of type, like the skinny but toned.
How tall?
I think around my height, maybe a few inches taller.
How tall are you?
I'm 5'10", so I think it could have been around 5'10" to 6 foot, somewhere around there.
Where is he at in the house when you first encounter him?
So my room, so it's like, say it's right here. There's this little wall right here that's like this. So this side, kitchen, other side's living room. I think he was walking past my door and like saw me. I mean, he had to. If it is like, if I did see this, if it's all is real and it's not like imagination.
Walking past my door.
Like if it is real, let's just like say that it is for somehow. He had to have heard me call for Kaylee and Xana when I heard Kaylee crying in the bathroom, from what I think I heard.
How many feet away is he from you?
So she's saying when she heard the crying, she's calling out. Okay? And that's what she's saying. He would have had to hear me calling out the names. So the calling out of the names, the crying, that all happened at the same time. Haven't seen the dude yet. Haven't seen old boy yet. So I haven't seen the mask yet, which means I could not have talked on the phone to Bethany about the mask because of the timestamps of shit. Okay? Okay.
I would say about 3 feet from what I remembered. Again, that could be off because I was obviously probably still a little bit drunk. I just woke up. I don't remember fully. But I remember like what I think I remember was like this item, and it was like what I explained was like it looked like this like cylinder little thing that was skinny like this, like about this long, and then it went like a triangle almost at the end. And I remember one of the cops saying like a bow or something. I can't remember something about that, and it was like the bow and arrow kind of stuff.
Where was it at when he was holding it? Where was?
I don't know. It was. I think it was lower, or it could have been higher. But
it's in his.
This is so specific. She didn't see any of this shit. You guys, when you're asking a specific question like that, where did you see it? You saw that he was holding something. Where was he holding it? How was he holding it? She can't answer that question because she did not see this. Listen to how she says, I was held down. No, it was held up. This is, I'm telling you, Victoria Gooch on the stand. And it's not like she'd be like testifying in favor of Brian Culver. She has to testify to the questions that Ann would have been asking her. And it's like, you've done this for how long? When somebody says this to you, like when someone's saying something like this, you know, you asked her about when you asked her about Vampire Diaries, she told you that she needed to go, Google it to look it up more to see what it was about. You thought that she could be, you know, inferring that she was hearing the Vampire Diaries. I'm here to help you, right? So you must have done your homework, Victoria Gooch. Then she's telling you that she doesn't even really know about the show and that she would have to like basically research look it up more to understand what's going on in that show. And then so like here, when you're talking about this weapon or whatever he's carrying, well, where was it? Listen to Dylan's answer. She has no idea.
And it was like the bow and arrow kind of stuff.
Where was it at when he was holding it? Where was?
I don't know. It was. I think it was lower, or it could have been higher. But
it's in his hands.
Yeah, but when I remembered it, it was like when I saw him, I thought firefighter. Like because what said firecracker, so I was like, okay, firefighter.
What? When I saw him, I thought fireman. Oh my God, what? Now the fireman comes out. Now I thought, because the whole firecracker, which he's talking about this firecracker, then when I saw him, I thought it was a fireman. And then I'm here to help you. I can only imagine that.
Or like maybe he's like holding it to take out the fire. But when I thought about this,
maybe he's holding it to take out the fire. That's why Ann Taylor is saying this did not originate because she heard somebody say, I'm here. Someone's here. All of Dylan's stuff comes after Bethany hears and sees a flash. She calls her and asks her, did you just hear that? Did you hear a firecracker? Okay. And that's why she's like, I'm really confused right now. When Dylan says, I'm really confused, and it's like, why are you confused? And that's what Ann Taylor was going to say, that she was confused because Dylan heard a firecracker, or Bethany heard a firecracker and saw a flash. And Dylan's over here like, what? No, I didn't hear that. And after somebody would call you and say that to you, right? You would then go do what? Well, she called Xana. Then she called Kaylee. Then she calls Bethany back to say, I called everybody and nobody's answering, or whatever she's saying to her on the phone. But she also texts her that exact thing. And then she calls her, then they talk. And then what? Then now all of this stuff happens, like what she's saying here, but it's not in the order that she's ever given. And she refuses to ever give it in this order. And one can only ask themselves why. Because how you would be explaining this is, I woke up to hearing this. Then Bethany calls me and asks me if I heard a firework or a firecracker. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? No, but I'm hearing, Kaylee just said that there's somebody here, and I'm hearing one of these two girls are crying. Like, do you understand how that would go? That's how it would be. And then people could say, no, Lana, it's because they're all drunk. No, they're not. Sorry. That's even more of a reason that she would just be out exploring.
yeah, but when I remembered it, it was like, when I saw him, I thought firefighter, like, because what said firecracker, so I was like, okay, firefighter, like, maybe he's, like, holding it to take out the fire. But when I thought about this, fire didn't even, like, occur to me like it's a bad thing. Like, I never thought, oh, fire, we have to get out. That didn't occur to me at all. I just thought firefighter, like, he's going to help us. And it wasn't like, oh, there's an intruder, like, this is bad. Like, it didn't ever occur to me, and I don't know why. And I know he looked at me because I could see his eyebrows. I think I just saw one eyebrow. I don't know why or how, but I just remember him, like, what I think I saw was he was walking out and he saw me, but just kept walking. Like, he didn't stop. He didn't, like, say anything to me. And I just remember saying no, and I slammed the door and locked it. And that was, like, all I remember. And I don't know if he actually went out the back door. That's what I think happened.
So is that the sliding door?
That's that sliding door. I don't know for sure. That's just what I think I saw in my mind. I'll hold up. Text.
Wow.
What did you do? So maybe there's something on your phone that you did immediately afterwards in relation to what you saw.
I'm looking at text between me and Beth real quick.
Did he not say anything to you?
From what, nothing at all.
Do you know how far you opened the door?
I don't even remember the third time.
The third time was when you saw him. I don't even remember the third time. Do you remember how far you opened the door? What do you mean how far you opened the door? She got it the fuck out of the door. Blaker?
I don't know if you could see my whole body. I don't know if you could just see my head. I don't remember at all. Sorry, I'm just trying to find the text between me and... I think it will help.
Yeah.
Okay, so at 4:22, I said no one's answering. I'm really
Okay, 4:22. So she's giving her these. I text Bethany at 4:22.
confused. She goes, at 4:22, I said no one's answering. I'm really confused. She goes, yeah, dude, what the fuck?
Plunder.
Xana was wearing
True
all black.
crime
I don't
audio.
remember how all black came up, and I think I might have called her and said there's someone wearing. I don't know. Then at 5:23, I said I'm freaking out. It was like a ski mask almost.
5:23.
4:23. Sorry, the time change. And she was like, "Shut the fuck up!" Like, actually. And I said, like, he had something over his head and mouth. I'm not kidding. I'm so freaked out. And you can tell I'm obviously freaked out and drunk because like the spelling is off. Like I spelled something with a B and an F, and when I said and, I just put ND, and I spelled wrong. I spelled I wrong. And then I said, my phone is going to die, fuck. And then she said, come to my room, run down here. That was at 4:23. I said, I'm scared, with no A, a capital R. I'm going to guess you guys have these texts on text message. And she said,
feel safe to leave your room?
I don't know, but I did. I don't know why I did. Like, it just didn't occur to me that anything was wrong. But obviously, yeah, I was
Bethany's downstairs?
found downstairs, so 1 floor down. She goes, at 4:25, she goes, yeah, I know, but it's better than being alone. So I opened the door for a second, and I just sprinted. And I don't know why. I feel like it was stupid of me to open the door. Like, I don't know why I did that, but I didn't see anyone. I mean, I was scared, but it wasn't like anything was wrong. I was just like freaked out that someone was in the house, but it wasn't like, oh, this is bad. Like, you know, like I just didn't think about that. And I literally told her, I don't know if this is real or not. Like, I don't know if my mind's playing with me. I don't know if this is like a dream of some sort. So from what I remember is this is now the 4th time opening the door. I go outside, I sprint I think I sprinted again. It could have been just like running, and I think I'm sprinting. I don't know. I see Xana in a room, and she's like on the floor, and I'm like, okay, she's just like drunk and passed out like that. Maybe she just drank way too much tonight. She'll be fine in the morning. Like, she's with Ethan. From what I thought, I didn't see Ethan. I just saw the door open. From what I remember, I think this is what happened. I remember her just on the floor, and I don't think she had any pants on except for underwear. And I was like, oh, like that was normal for her to like just wear underwear around the house because we were all so comfortable with each other. Like, that was not weird at all. So I thought nothing of it. I was just like, okay, it's fine. And I was almost too scared to go look into her room because I was like, I don't know if there's a guy here or not. I don't know if someone's here or not. Like, I have no clue. I don't know if like my mind's freaking out or not. All I knew was that she was awake. She had been calling me. I needed to go down to her because we could be together.
But you saw Xana on your way by.
Yeah. So when you go, from my room to get to the room, you have to go past the living room. To pass the living room, you look like, so here's my room. I'm coming out this way. I walk down into the living room. I look to my left. That is where Xana's room is. Like, down this little hallway.
Was the lights on or anything?
There were lights on. I think so. I don't know for sure again, but I think so because I was able to see her.
In her room, the lights are on?
Yeah, and I don't know if the bathroom lights are on. I can't remember. I think they were, but again, I don't know. Like, everything's kind of wish-washy.
Just so we're clear, Dylan's room is wide open now. Her light was on. So when she would have left the 4th time, she decides, I'm going to turn on my light and I'm going to leave and my door's wide open. How do we know that? Because we got the body cam that they missed the spot on, and I'm going to show you guys.
I can't remember.
Is Xana saying anything?
No, I thought she was just passed out on the floor. Like, I thought she was just taking a nap. Like, it happens. Like, you get too drunk, you just like the floor feels fun. Like, sometimes when we're all kind of drunk, we're just like, okay, I just want to fall asleep on the floor. Like, it just feels fine, you know?
At no point.
They asked Bethany if Xana would just do this, pass out and like be on the floor. Bethany's like, what? So what Dylan is saying is just no big deal. Someone just pass out on the floor, like whatever. Bethany's over there, like, who was interviewed the day right before this, saying, I mean, maybe back at the sorority house back in the day, not like it was. She was not like, oh God, yeah, she's just fucking passing out left and right, and that's always happening. You know what I mean? And so she's basically saying the opposite. Bethany is in her interview.
After you encountered the man, did you think that there's something about Xana that isn't normal? You never thought that?
Yeah, I never thought anything was wrong. Like, I thought,
you just heard somebody crying. You just heard somebody crying. You just saw a masked man walk from that area. What the fuck are you talking about? And that's how Ann Taylor would say it. She would be really nice about it. So Dylan, you said that the guy had passed you. He was coming though from Xana's room area over there when he had like walking towards you, past you. And you just had heard crying right before that. And then when you go to run, then you see her laying on the ground and you just thought that she was passed out. And all the lights were on in the house. And that's the first time of you seeing her that night, right? You hadn't seen her before you went to bed? And at that time, had you called Ethan beforehand? And he didn't answer either? Do you guys all share each other's Snapchat locations with your apps? Did you check Snapchat to see if where their apps showed them, where their phone showed that they were? Isn't it true that they were showing that they were in the house?
She had just like fallen asleep. I never thought she drank, like she was unconscious. I didn't even think that at all. I didn't think anything was wrong at all. So then I stopped for a second, look at her, like, okay, she's fine. Like, she's just asleep. Like,
Is her bedroom light on?
I think so. Again, I don't know for sure. Everything's.
How far is Zaina from you when you first see her? What's the
I
distance?
guess if like I'm right here, it's like behind that window from where I am. Like it's pretty long hallway, I would say.
Is her bedroom at the end of the hallway?
Yes, the very end of the hallway, and like I couldn't see much. I guess like I could just see her. I could see the top of her head because obviously her head is a lot higher than everything else, and I could see her legs a little bit, and that was it. I didn't see anything else. I didn't see anything wrong. Like it just looked like a room. Like yeah, she was drunk, probably messed it up a little bit. It didn't look, from what I think I saw, it didn't look super messy at all. Like it just looked like there was a few clothes. You know, that's normal for all college girls. Like it's normal.
So this distance you're talking about, would you have been able to see her if the lights were out?
Probably not.
So some light had to have been on.
I think so. That's what I'm thinking.
Do you guys have night lights in your
No.
house?
I don't. I
So
mean,
nothing's
I
been lighting
don't.
the wall?
I mean, we have this. Well, I guess I shouldn't say that because we have like little twinkle lights that go around. Like
Decorative?
yeah. So I guess that could have been it. Maybe there was just decorative lights, and that's how I saw Xana. I don't know. And we have this little Scentsy thing. I don't know if it's on. We're pretty good at turning it on and off, so it's not like going on through all
Every light in that house was on. Listen to what Victoria Gooch says. Very smart of her.
night, but it does have a light. I don't know if that was on.
Where's the Scentsy light on normally? Where's it located? I'm sorry.
So from my room, you first walk into the living room. There's like, so there's like, let's say this is the door to the living room. Right to your left is this bar cart with like some alcohol and like some decorative stuff. Right to your right, there's this little table that has drawers, and that's where the little Scentsy thing is. And then the couch.
Would you have been able to see Xana with that light from the living room all the way
I
down
don't
the
think
hallway?
so. I don't
This
think
is
so.
important because in our world, for an offender to leave lights on a house, you increase the risk of identification. They would rather the lights not be on. So it's important that
Bingo! Bingo! That is so motherfucking true. That's why it's really interesting what's on Xana's light switch.
we
Yeah,
get this straight.
I mean, I think Santa's lights were on. I
There's
can't
no way
remember.
you could have seen her otherwise, so correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah,
again-
so I'm not trying to plant a seed in
Yeah,
your
I
head.
know.
But
But
think
like-
about where you're at when you see her. If all the lights are off, you wouldn't have been able to see her normally?
Well, I mean, we have so many twinkle lights, so I might be able to. I have no clue. I can't. I'm sorry. I just can't remember.
No,
where
that's
I was.
again, I'm not
All you have to do is get your happy ass in there, Victoria Gooch. You don't need to. Who cares what she says? That's why they kept going into that house. They needed to check all this stuff.
I'm not
Yeah.
suggesting you should tell me something you do not know.
Yeah, I don't know if her lights were on or not. I have no
Listen,
clue.
we're going to talk about this randomly in August, in September, in October. Okay, you're in that house when the light. Have you ever been in your house with all the lights off, and you go down, you look down to her, down the hallway to where her room is? Okay, what do you notice? Like, come on, Lana, you weren't joking. She's a chatty Cathy. That's right.
At all.
But you could see her.
I
feel
could
like
see her. I know that I could see her.
And which way is she facing? Which way is her head facing?
So like, let's say like that couch is the back of her wall. That's where her head is, and her legs are towards
Plunder.
like forward towards
True
me.
And then what
crime
is she wearing?
audio.
I don't know what her shirt is. I can just see her wearing underwear, and that was normal. Like she was really comfortable with us. She would wear just underwear around the house, and that was fine.
Did you call out her name?
No, I don't. I mean, I don't think so. I don't think I did. I thought she maybe was just asleep, so I don't want to wake her up.
Now she thinks that she's just asleep, passed out, asleep. Someone was just crying, and guess who's the first person that was called? Xana. Now let's talk. The first phone call was that if she thought she heard Kaylee, right? If she thought she heard Kaylee, why didn't she call Kaylee first? Okay. Instead, her first phone call after receiving Bethany's call was to Xana. Why? Well, it makes perfect sense to me as to why. I would call Xana first if I saw Xana. I would call Xana first if I thought it could be. Why would I ever think that it's? If I thought it was Kaylee's voice saying there's someone here, Kaylee running down, Kaylee. Why aren't I calling Kaylee first? Makes absolutely no sense, right?
And then I
because of a reason.
ran down to bed. She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door, so I didn't have to wait for her to unlock it.
Oh.
And I just locked the door.
Oh
and
my
I was
God.
like,
Listen to that story part. Unbelievable, this part. She heard me coming down the stairs, so I didn't even have to go to her door. She had already opened it. Ready?
Door, so I didn't have to wait for her to, so I don't want to wake her up. And then I ran down to bed. She could hear me walking down, so she opened up the door, so I didn't have to wait for her to unlock it. And I just locked the door.
I was just saying that she could hear me coming down, so she just unlocked her bedroom door. Bethany did. And I didn't have to wait for her or anything like that. She heard me coming down, so she got up out of bed and opened up the door to let her in without even knowing who it could possibly be. There is no way that's happening. You're going to get to me and I'm going to hear that it's you. You're going to, hey, it's me. Open up the door. Like that. You just told me there's a masked man in the house, right? The fuck out of here. That ain't happening. These are the two scariest girls. I'm going to make you prove that it's you, right?
I was like,
And then I may even ask you to go outside and stand in front of my window and let me see that it's you. Let me make sure that you're not by with anybody else. I mean, shit.
I don't remember what we talked about at all. I don't know if she does.
I don't.
I have no clue what we talked about. I just remember us being scared a little bit.
You guys, I have no clue what we talked about. How would a jury ever believe that? Ever believe that? A jury is never going to believe that. I have 1,500 people in this chat right now. 1,600 almost. There's 1,600 of you. Please answer. Be truthful. I believe there's no way a jury's going to believe that. Put a 1 in chat if you think the jury would believe it. And put a 2 in chat if you're with me. If you're with me, put a 2 in chat saying there's no way that a jury is going to believe when she says, whoa, I have no idea what we talked about. Don't remember. Nothing.
But if she does, I have no clue what we talked about. I just remember us being scared a little bit, but we didn't think anything was wrong at all. We thought, okay, maybe someone's just passing through. Maybe we just the house would make a lot of noises too, because I think it is an older house. And it's I'd be at night hearing just the cracking noises when houses make when they're older.
Settling.
Yeah, that would happen quite often. And so we were kind of used to that, and we just didn't know. And she just said something about a light in her room, like a firecracker or a firework. I don't fully remember, and it just was kind of weird. I was like, what? I don't remember if I talked to her about the guy. I don't remember if I talked to her about what I saw or what I heard. I have no clue. I just remember we fell asleep pretty fast in our bed. We didn't think anything was wrong at all.
And what I have to ask you, you were running at first, and at what point did you stop running and she heard you walk to her room? You said at first you were running, and you must have felt comfortable at some point.
Well, I guess I was running. So when I got out, I stopped and looked at Xana for a second. This is what I think happened. Then I ran down the stairs. I kept running. I don't think I was walking at all. I think I kept running until I got to her door.
So it's important that it's not what you think, it's what you know.
I don't know any of this. I don't know at all. This is all from what I think happened, because I don't know what is real and I'm just my mind's making up. So I don't know at all.
So of the things we've been writing, are most of it what you believe and you remember happened, or you're thinking what happened?
This is all what I remember, but I don't know if anything of it is real. I don't know. I can't differentiate if anything is real or if anything is a dream. Or if it's just imagination. I have no clue, and I've been trying to figure out the past 2 days what is real. I don't know at all.
Everything
That's what it's just
real.
it's frustrating, because I'm just I want to know.
Dylan, what we're asking you to do is we're asking you to tell us everything the way you remember it in order. Can you tell us in order? And when we ask you a question, we need you to just answer the question that we're asking. Okay? We don't think you had anything to do with this at all. We need a timeline here. Okay? We have evidence that's around the house here. We got some video cameras I'm sure you probably heard about. We need a timeline. We need an order. Why would you call Xana first if you thought it was Kaylee that you heard? Because what would be acceptable for me is to say, well, I want to call Xana to see if she heard what I heard with Kaylee, because, you know, that's what we would do. Like, I mean, I don't know. I just don't want to. So, like, hey, did you hear that? You know, hey, did you hear Kaylee cried too? That would be acceptable for me. But there's no way that she's going to answer that way, because if that truly was the case, then she would have answered that way. But that's the only acceptable answer as to why you would have called Xana first before Kaylee. But then that would have also meant that you would have called Maddie before you called Kaylee. And that didn't happen. So
and I keep thinking about it, but I can't tell the difference anymore. Like, I don't know it's just all like mixing together, and there's pieces that just don't make sense. Everything of it just doesn't make sense. So none of this I can say I know for sure. None of it I can say I know for.
What doesn't make sense to you though? What doesn't make sense to you though? Why you didn't help them? What makes sense, what you're trying to say, is that you didn't perceive a threat. That's why you didn't help anybody at 3:00 in the morning. What is the part that doesn't make sense? That's the question to ask this girl when she's saying this doesn't make sense. What part doesn't make sense? That everybody's dead and that you're not?
For fact that happened, because I don't.
But you know some things that are factual because you have a timestamp on your phone.
Yes, the stuff on my phone, that is
Yes,
factual.
and you know
Everything
that.
else, no.
But you remember watching the movies. Eating
I remember
popcorn,
before everything, like from when me, Kaylee, Maddie, and Beth in Kaylee's room, all of that beforehand, I remember that because I remember exactly that, like all of that. I remember. Again, like I don't remember what episode of the Vampire Diaries we were watching, but I know it was Vampire Diaries because I remember putting it on.
You don't remember got home. You don't remember what time.
I don't remember. I think I went to bed before. I think I went to my room before she left. That I have no clue about. I don't know when she left. I don't know where she went. I don't know. I think someone told me that she walked home. I don't know exactly who. I don't know when to her room. I don't know.
You just said that she walked home. In this recording, you said that you offered her to spend the night. She said no, and then she left and she walked home. And it's not like it's bad that you walk in this neighborhood, like nothing bad's gonna happen to you. Remember that whole big blur that she gave about that? Now she's saying that she has no idea. Like, Dylan, what do you remember? Not what the fuck these people have you've talked to all these people. What do you personally remember? And what I have said about this case is that it looks like two people could have potentially, or one person is like doing all these text messages. Like, what's going on here?
That I have no clue about. I don't know when she left. I don't know where she went. I don't know. I think someone told me that she walked home. I don't know exactly who. I don't know when to her room. I don't know if she's on the couch. I have no clue at all. That stuff I don't know about because I think I was in my room before that.
Do you think that you opening the door three times is part of what you're trying to piece together, or
Yeah.
it actually happened?
I think it's what I'm trying to piece together. I don't know for sure if it fully happened. Like, it's just
Boom, right there. The made up story is what, like, the time frame from basically she's trying to say to herself that everything from 4 a.m. like that none of that is like, that's all when she's saying like I could have been dreaming, or this is maybe what I thought happened, or she has zero memory. And right there, Ann Taylor was going to point that out, is that, and yet you guys put that all in a probable cause affidavit because you guys were using her for your timeline. You guys took this little story, which I would love to know who the fuck gave her this story. This was never said to Maury or Mitch Noonans on day one. Now, after talking to Blaker numerous times, texting, and then he wants to just miraculously throw in there at the end of his interview with Dylan or with Bethany saying, "Hey, why won't so-and-so talk to me?" Yeah, I see what you did there, Blaker. I do. Go listen to the last 2-3 minutes of Bethany's interview with Blaker, maybe 4. And Out of the blue, he wants to put down and say that Dylan's not talking to him. And why won't Dylan talk to him? Dylan is giving you your timeline for the outside occurrence with the car. Without Dylan, you cannot. Without Dylan's opening the door 3 times and that's what Ann Taylor was going to attack. And she had been attacking it, and Judge made a horrible call with the grand jury bullshit. Horrible, absolutely horrible call. And then, Hitler, we all see what he's doing and what he's done. And it's in the interest of true justice. I personally believe that the lab reports 1 through 46 show a completely different story about how many people did this. And that would be lab reports 1 through 46. I am going off of the biological evidence, the physical evidence at that scene. That when I say they, law enforcement tried to bury.
Like,
I would know if I was a parent of any of these kids, everybody that had anything to do with this is going down. I'm coming after every single person that was involved and had, an inch in my kid's death. And I will not stop until each and every scumbag is held accountable.
I don't know if my mind's like making up stuff like at that moment when everything was happening. I don't know if my mind was trying to make stuff up so that I can remember it. Like, I just don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me. And I don't know how to fully explain it, I guess.
Well, what's important for the detective sergeant and myself is that you're not telling us something that's not true.
Yeah, I know.
That's the most important thing here. The fact you can't remember, I understand that you're traumatized, but that you're not intentionally telling us.
I know.
Things. Okay.
But this is this is all stuff that this is what I remember from that night. Again, it's something I don't know if it was real or what happened, but this is what I remembered. Some of it could be real, some of it could be not. I don't know. This is what I think I remembered.
So watching you, and I've done hundreds of interviews and so as the detective sergeant, I believe you're recalling some things from memory. The dog barking isn't something you can make up. It's not something you feel. Either the dog was barking or the dog was not. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's the things we hear is different than the things we think we saw.
Yeah.
What we hear is something awakened you. Some noise, and then you heard crying.
Yeah.
That you heard that.
Yes.
You're not filling something in. Something brought you out of sleep.
Yeah.
And it's probably what you're suggesting is
something brought you out of sleep. That's where Gooch, okay? That's where Gucci Coochie is. She agrees something brought you out of sleep, okay? What time did something really bring you out of sleep, though? What time? Okay, because there's gaps missing. Gaps were missing. At 3:51, Dylan is saving a number in her phone. That is a fact. Or somebody's using Dylan's phone and saving a contact in her phone. Dylan's phone, okay, you'd have to ask Dylan, when you woke up, was your phone right there next to you? Where do you normally sleep? Okay, so you were in your bed. Okay, that's where you were when you woke up. Okay, what'd you have on? Okay, where was your phone? Do you normally plug it in? You said your phone was about to die. Fuck. Do you have a charger that's right by your bed? So your phone wasn't on your charger? Did you have to go hunting around for it? Does your phone have a flashlight? Were you sitting in your room or using your flashlight when you were peeking out? Ask all these little details to see if something could strike. I'm just going to, maybe this will trigger. What do you normally do? How do you normally do something? Victoria Gooch knows that Dylan Mortensen was on her phone using it at 3:33, 3:45, and 3:51. If you have the sub right. And she clearly did, because now either she was told that there was gaps in the phone and that's where Ann Taylor would have to ask you, what were you supplied before you did this? Did they actually give you Dylan's Celebrate, or did you have access to it? Since you're an investigator, you had access to it. Was there a working file that was downloaded to the server so that you could get on and look at Dylan's Celebrate? And were you examining it to take a look? And so after this interview, when she's telling you that she woke up at at 4 and you're saying that she woke up because of something. Well, when you cross-reference that with the material, you would have known that at 3:51 she was saving a number in her a contact in her phone. Was she just doing that while she was sleeping? You're sleep saving. Hey, Dylan, do you ever sleepwalk?
You heard somebody crying. You don't know if it was Kaylee. We're not
Yeah.
certain because you don't know that, right?
Yeah.
Somebody was crying. Was it a
Yeah.
woman?
Yeah, it was a woman. I know that.
And were they saying anything?
No, they were just crying.
Was it unusual for your roommates to cry?
I mean, I feel like all of us, like, I wouldn't cry in front of my friends. I'd cry in my room. I wouldn't really cry in front of my roommates. Like, we were comfortable enough, but if there's, like, my own situation going on, I wouldn't. I guess, I don't know.
What did the crying sound like?
Just like,
Do you ever cry when you're frustrated?
yeah,
Do you ever cry when you're hurt?
yes.
Do you ever cry when you're scared?
Yeah, and I don't know which one it was. I don't know at all.
You just heard crying.
I just heard crying. I can't process
How
what
long were they
kind
crying?
of crying it was.
So I have learned through interviews, and the detective sergeant knows this, and so does. What you hear is not necessarily distorted, but what we see can be from trauma, right? But what we hear is distinct, right?
Yeah.
What I heard, what I smell, that's unique. So what you heard is as important as what you saw to me.
Yeah,
We always ask this, did you smell anything unusual?
No. Didn't smell anything.
Cologne, anything like
Nothing.
that? Perfume?
Nothing.
What you thought you saw when you saw the figure in the hallway,
Yeah.
3 feet from you, you thought it was a male.
Yes.
And you thought he was holding something, but at the time, your view of it was it could have been a vacuum cleaner.
A mini vacuum. Yeah.
And what was around the person's waist?
I don't know. I don't think I looked at that. I just remember all black clothes.
Oh, I thought you said you saw a triangle. What was in the...
No, that was from what he was holding.
Okay. So can you describe that again for me?
It was like cylinder like this. I guess like about that long, and then it went out
True
in like a
crime
triangle.
audio.
And how was it? How was the person holding it?
I don't know. I have no clue. I can't remember that. I just remember seeing it, and I don't remember if he had one hand on it, 2 hands. I have no clue. I don't remember how he was holding it exactly.
Were there lights on in the hallway?
I don't know. I can't remember at all.
Okay, let's go back a second. Would there normally be lights on in the hallway? Do you leave the lights on for your roommates if they decide to stay out late out of consideration since they are your roommates? Do you leave any hallway lights on or anything?
I mean, for me, I like to leave a hallway light out there because it just makes me feel better. But I don't know if I did. I don't know if anyone else did. That's something I don't know.
Because you went to bed ahead of the other people.
Yeah,
in the house.
I don't know.
Would it be unusual for you guys to leave your lights on?
No, that would not be
especially after
unusual at all. I mean, Xana and Ethan like to turn them off, but like sometimes I would leave them on. We would go down and get food, and in the middle of the night leave the lights on. Like that was normal.
Okay.
When I didn't ask this before. When was the last time you saw Xana?
So that was when Ethan was trying to call his sister, wasn't answering. Xana was with I guess I have oh, that was not the same video. That like Xana was with him. And I just said, like, I don't know if I told him where I was going. I don't know if I told him when I was leaving. I just knew I was told at least yesterday if they wanted to go.
And that, I think you left there at 2 a.m.
No.
No, that was before then.
Like 10:30.
Can you give me a time frame?
I'm trying to figure that out.
And she was with Ethan.
Yes.
11:17.
So I know for sure from this video I was at 12:49.
11:40.
The last video I have is of Xana holding a white claw at 11:04. So in between that time,
True crime
I'm
audio.
gonna guess more towards the 12 side is when I went to.
So you have a video or a picture of Xana at 11:04
Yes.
p.m.
Yes,
with
I
a
do.
white claw.
Yes,
And then you're at 12:49.
for sure. Yes, I have a video of that. I could have been there before then. I don't know. But this
See the 12:49 video time though, it's really 11:49. Okay. Unless when she's talking, she's trying to change, but I'm able to track it. And so between 11:04 p.m. and 11:49 p.m. That's the last time that she saw Xana.
That's what proof I do have.
And that's what you've been using to piece some of this together.
Yes. I mean, I didn't fully look at my phone and stuff until my mom was like kind of asking me about that, and that's how I've been like trying to understand timelines, I guess.
Can I ask, it's not a judgment question.
Yeah.
Did Xana and Ethan ever stay at Ethan's house?
No, I don't really know why. I don't know why Ethan always just liked to be at our house with Xana.
Does he have roommates?
I don't know. All I know was that because of his grades, he wasn't allowed to live at. So he had to get an apartment. I've never been to his apartment. I don't know where it is. I don't know what it looks like. I don't know if Xana's ever been there. We just never asked about it. We didn't care. We liked having him there, so it was never a question to us.
Yeah, it's not a judgment.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering, did Xana ever go to Ethan's house?
I don't think so. I think not every single night she was at our house.
So this is an odd question. You just brought up something. He couldn't stay with his fraternity because of his grades, but we're not even through this semester yet.
Last semester, that's how they depend everything. So let's say you get below what you're supposed to get semester ago. That means that's at the end of last year, yes? That means for this semester, those are the rules you have to follow. Then if this semester you get better grades, then the next semester you'll be fine.
So he had to come into this semester
Yes.
in an apartment.
Yes.
It's not like he was there and they kicked him out.
No.
Okay. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
Plunder.
You okay?
True
Yeah.
crime audio.
So don't beat yourself up, because maybe we can come back and talk some more. I know that Detective Sergeant Blaker has questions. I have some more questions, but don't let that wait. I can
Yeah.
see the weight of I wish I could give them more.
Yeah.
What you're giving is important.
Yeah.
So when you went to bed, who was still in the house? When you went to bed at 3 o'clock, 3:10, but at 3:11, who was still
2:10. Vicki Gooch.
in the house?
From what I know of Kaylee and Maddie coming home, those two.
Just Kaylee and Maddie? And
But I know Xana was home from what I saw. I don't know if Ethan was with her. I did not see Ethan. He could have been home with her. He could have not been. I don't know.
but when you went to bed, you still in the house?
No. That was. Are you talking about the first time I went to bed? Early before all this happened?
Oh, I see. Yes, because
Yes.
they came home from the grub hut.
After left. Yeah.
And you don't, how about with you?
Yes, I know it was home with me because I went after everything of all this, I went to bed with her in her bed.
At what time?
I don't know. I have no clue. Somewhere after, I would say 4:30-ish. I don't know how long all this happened. I tried to remember and I tried to give a time frame, but in reality, I don't know at all.
So at some point, we always ask this, at some point, you weren't perceiving a threat?
And never perceived a threat ever.
Even
with
the guy in the hallway?
I mean, yeah, it freaked me out, but it wasn't in Moscow, in a tiny town, you never have to worry about that. It's never oh, this is bad. It just isn't. I never thought about robbery, never crossed my mind. Something happened to my friends, never ever crossed my mind. Oh,
First thing that she says is a robbery. I was waiting. I was just be quiet, Lana, be quiet. The first thing that she says, there is a robbery. I never thought a robbery. What? A robbery. Let's talk about it. Come on down, Molly, baby. A robbery. I would never thought that somebody came in my home and murdered my roommates. Robbery? Listen.
threat ever.
Even
with
the guy in the hallway?
I mean, yeah, it freaked me out, but it wasn't in Moscow, in a tiny town, you never have to worry about that. It's never oh, this is bad. It just isn't. I never thought about robbery, never crossed my mind. Something happened to my friends, never ever crossed my mind. Oh, it just was people come in and out of our house. That's how it is in Moscow when you live out of house. People come in and out all the time. Because you know them, you know everyone in Moscow. It's so tiny, it's not weird.
So did you know this person maybe?
I don't remember. I don't remember what his face looked like. All I remember is
I don't remember what his face looked like. You guys, I can't. This is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. I can't remember what his face looked like. What? I couldn't see his face. He had a mask. I don't remember what his face looked like. She's just talking really quick. She doesn't want to be asked these questions.
I don't just thinking of the covering of the forehead and the mouth. That's all I remember, and the eyebrows. And I just went,
what was covering it?
I don't know. At the time, the way from what I texted was a weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with eyes and because I saw his eyebrows, and I think.
All right, brace yourself for this. When I heard Victoria Gooch and what she's about to say right here, I literally mic drop moment for me, because it's everything that I've been saying about who I think is with the fucking mask. I can't even. Here it comes.
I saw his nose and this part of his face, but I don't know.
Do you know what a balaclava is?
No.
If I showed you a picture of, I don't have the phone view, a balaclava, could you tell me if it looked like that?
Maybe, I think.
So it's something that we use. We use it in cold weather gear, and sometimes we use it on raids when we go in. When we don't if we're working narcotics, we don't want offenders to know who we are, so they can't come after us and our families. So we wear these things called balaclavas, which are issued. Anyone can buy them. It's not unique to law enforcement. It's not.
Oh my God! You're talking about drug raids. We wear them. Police wear them. Oh my God! Victoria Gooch saying it, baby. Holy shit! Of all the things you could talk about to explain what a balaclava is, go skiing. Holy shit! She wants to come and talk about the cops. And this is what we wear. And it's when we go undercover. When we go undercover. And when we're doing raids with the narcotics division. And then she says, it's so that people can't tell who we are, so that we can stay safe and our families can stay safe. Oh my God. Exactly, Victoria Gooch. Now we singing, baby. Now we dancing. You ain't gonna hear mainstream media talking about this, though.
The way from what I texted was a weird looking ski mask. It wasn't like the regular ski mask with eyes and because I saw his eyebrows, and I think I saw his nose and this part of his face, but I don't know.
Do you know what a balaclava is?
No.
If I showed you a picture of, I don't have the phone view, a balaclava, could you tell me if it looked like that?
Maybe, I think.
So it's something that we use. We use it in cold weather gear, and sometimes we use it on raids when we go in. When we don't if we're working narcotics, we don't want offenders to know who we are, so they can't come after us and our families. So we wear these things called balaclavas, which are issued. Anyone can buy them. It's not unique to law enforcement. It's not unique to any other population. But we buy them so we can conceal our identity when we go and do raids, so suspects can't figure out who we are.
Yeah.
To keep ourselves and our families safe. If we showed you a picture of a balaclava, could you say if this is what it looked more like?
I think so.
He never said anything directed at you. The person that you saw in the hallway.
Never.
Was there going on? Thank you.
Plunder. True
That could have
crime
been.
audio.
I think that could have been it.
Okay, possibly.
Yeah.
Thank you. Was you couldn't see his mouth?
No, and I don't remember if I saw his nose, but I know I saw eyebrows, and I don't remember what his eyes looked like. I just remember seeing the eyebrows, but that could be it. That would make sense why the forehead was covered and this part of his face was covered.
And so I don't know this. Detective Blaker knows a lot more than I do, and I probably know some things too, but have there been any issues leading up to Sunday with anyone that you can think of that would have done this to you, your roommates?
So obviously the cops will tell us anything weird. About a month ago, Kaylee was taking Murphy out, and she just saw this figure watching her, and it freaked us out for a day or two. Then we forgot about it. It wasn't a big deal. People live up I guess you maybe have seen my house. When you go out in the backyard, there's that hill of all those brushes, and there's houses up there. It could have just been someone walking out to their house. I don't know. But obviously it freaked us out for a second because we're an all house girl. That's why we loved having Ethan, because it's we always were no one's gonna come to our house if Ethan's here. We would always talk about that. We feel so safe when Ethan's here because it's 6'3" guy. He's pretty big. It's you wouldn't really come to a house when there's a 6'3" guy here. And then another time, I also told the cops this. I think it was about 2 or 3 weeks ago, maybe a little bit more, maybe a little less. Kaylee had told us she went to Winco. I don't know what she was buying. Xana was in the car. Xana waited in the car for her. Kaylee is very good at being aware of her surroundings. She's always been like that. And she noticed this guy was like following her. And I think what she said that was,
Plunder.
no, like this guy didn't have any
Audio.
stuff. It was just kept following her, like wasn't checking anything out. This guy kept following her. And she noticed as she got to the register, this guy was like still following her. So she rushed out of Winco into her car and got in the car, threw the stuff on Xana, locked the doors. She could see out of her side mirror camera that the guy was right behind her in the car. And then she went home. Nothing, like, it kind of freaked us out for a second. She was like, just be like careful when you go to the stores.
And like, how many weeks?
Probably
back?
2 or 3 weeks ago. And we've been hearing like stuff on TikTok of like stuff happening at Target and Walmart, just people like, I've been hearing a lot of stuff about sex traffickers at stores, and it's like,
Audio.
like we worried about it. We were just like, okay, like we'll just always go together, but it wasn't like a big deal, I guess, because I don't know, you just don't want to think about that. Whenever anything happens, you never think it's gonna be you, pretty much. Like you just don't think about that.
So
And then
let's step back a second though. The guy at the store, is he in his car when he's close to their car, or he's actually physically following?
Unbelievable.
physically following, yes.
Does he say anything to her? Did she
Even-
say?
I don't
something?
think so. I don't remember. I don't remember her saying anything about that.
And that was at Winco, not Walmart.
Winco, and she never like. I mean, she was a little freaked out about it, but she wasn't like let's call the cops right now. Like all this, like it wasn't like a big deal,
Right.
really. And there was another time, like obviously our front door, it's fixed. I don't know how well it's fixed, but our door was broken for a little bit, where like you would have to shove it to close it, and like. I talked to some girls last year and they'd be like, yeah, we would leave our doors so broken, we had to leave it wide open. Like it would just be wide open. But I couldn't handle that. So I would like just shove it in there. But pretty much me, Maddie, and Beth, we left the house to go to Starbucks and we came back.
When was this?
I don't know, like 2 or 3 weeks ago.
2 to 3 weeks before the event?
Like as of right now,
Oh.
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe more, maybe a little bit less.
You went to Starbucks, over by them all?
Yeah, that one. And we come back home and the door's wide open. So we call Ethan.
Audio.
We're like, Ethan, are you home? He goes, no. And we tell him what's going on. He just laughs. Like, it's not a big of a deal. Like, you guys are fine. So we walk in and our washer's going. And that was normal. Like, we were all washing clothes. And it made a sound. We all screamed because we were freaked out. And we go into the spare bedroom on the right. And we just grabbed Ethan's golf clubs. And, like, we were kind of joking around. But we were also kind of scared. Like, it was like, oh, like, no one's going to actually be here. Like, nothing ever happens. But we were also, like, kind of, like, just kind of creepy, you know?
So the door was closed when you left though?
We don't know. We don't know if
Oh.
we closed it. We have no clue.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And the door was broken. So we don't know if it was like, that was when it snowed. So maybe, like, the wind busted open or, like, we just didn't know. So we got, like, Ethan's golf clubs. We went through the whole entire house, Noah's house. We're like, okay, like, we were just being stupid. Like, stop. Like, we need to stop freaking out, you know?
So Dylan says the same exact thing that Bethany said, remember? But they took their phones out and they were recording when they went exploring in this house. The door's open. You didn't call anybody to come over and check it on your own. You guys went exploring together and was video recording it. And you want to sit here and tell me when they woke up that next morning that they didn't go exploring in the morning? Get the fuck out of here. This right here is showing you how they, like, this is how they normally behave. And the only reason that you wouldn't go exploring in the morning is if you saw what you saw during the night. This is what I would do. This is what anybody would do. Especially in the morning.
Like, just calm down. And those are the only, like, 3 weird things I would say.
Did you guys ever call the police?
No. Because it
Not
was
on
just,
the Winco? On the Winco?
no, like, it was just, like, you don't want to be that person that calls and it's, like, nothing, you know? Like, it wasn't that big of a deal. Nor was the door thing. Like, no one was in the house. We're like, okay, like, it doesn't matter. It's fine.
Did any of your roommates ever say to you that they have been freaked out by somebody recently? That in any
No.
interactions, if they worked, I saw 2 of them worked at the Greek,
Yeah.
Mad Greek.
They never
anything
had
with the
anything
customer?
weird. Never. And like we would always talk about stuff. We never had anything weird. Remember one night, this was pretty recently, she heard someone
Plunder,
scream.
true crime
So
audio.
she had one of our friends who lives at Identity pick her up and stay the night there. But none of us, the rest of us, heard that. So we're like, okay, like that didn't freak us out. We were just like,
One of her friends that lives at Identity, okay, Bethany, heard somebody scream just recently. How is she not like? She like literally has the same exact stories. It's like Bethany told her everything that she told the cops. Bethany had to. Somebody screamed, and then she called, and then she had a friend of ours from Identity come over, pick her up, and take her at 1 a.m. Like what? Exactly, that's what Bethany normally would do. So explain to me how on this night you guys wouldn't call people and have them come pick you up and leave, or why you wouldn't take a vehicle and get in it and get the fuck out of there and speed away in the white vehicle. That's exactly what it looks like to me. Is it the white vehicle when it's speeding away?
okay, whatever. Like,
Because only one of the 6 of you heard it.
yeah, and it wasn't like we have so many people, like we have a lot of neighbors around us. Like, again, like Moscow's small. Like I have friends that go to Seattle and Chicago. They have some weird shit happen, but it wouldn't happen in Moscow. You know, like you never expect that. And nothing bad's happened here in a long, long time. So you just didn't think about it really. I mean, like yeah, I would get freaked out at night just because that's how I am. I always get freaked out at night, just like worrying that someone's there, but there never was.
So I have to ask you a question, and it's not a judgment. So I know why you're thinking I believe what you're telling me, but you're not telling Detective Sergeant Blaker and I anything that will prevent us from solving this. You're not trying to fill in pieces because I'm not saying maliciously to prevent us or to assist us, because that won't help us. Do you know what I mean?
I know what you mean. Yeah, I understand.
And it's not a judgment. I just don't want to. We don't want to follow this path and spend time and find out that this is really, you're not absolutely certain. But there are some things, I think the things that you heard, I think the crying and the voice, I don't think that you could you could create that in your mind. Those are things we hear, that something brought you out of your sleep. You didn't sleep through this whole thing, and at 11 o'clock.
No, I can tell I was awake because I was calling and texting people, and I remember texting.
That's your evidence that you were up. And you were moving around.
Yeah, and I, like,
she was moving around.
From things I saw, it's like what I think I remember, but again, like I don't know how real it is. Like I don't know if my mind made it up or if I did, or like if it was actually like real or something. Like not I did, but like saying if my mind made it up or if it was real.
So the voice you heard, you believe you heard a male
I believe I did hear that, and I believe I did hear someone crying. Kaylee, I guess I should. What I believed at that moment, I heard Kaylee crying.
And you believed you heard a male voice saying.
I believed I heard a male voice saying,
Plunder,
"It's okay, I'm gonna help you."
crime
and it wasn't
audio.
directed at you.
Not directed. I know it was not directed at me because I was more distant. I could tell it was not towards me at all.
So this is a question I have to ask.
Yeah.
If he saw you, why do you believe you were spared?
I don't know. I've been asking that like nonstop. It kind of freaks me out because I'm just like, I don't really understand why I was spared. Like, I'm a girl. I am 5'10". I'm not that insanely strong. A guy is a lot stronger than I am. If he wanted to hurt me, he would have. That's what I don't understand. And I've just been like wondering, like, did he know me? Did he not know me? Like, was it because he didn't know me and didn't want and felt bad, or was it because he didn't know me and knew I wouldn't recognize him? Like, what was it? That's why. It's just like that's why I want to. It's like if we do find this guy, that's like one of the first things I want to know. Is like, why did you not? You didn't. He never ever tried to open my door. That's what I know. I know nothing. Like no one tried to open my door. Like he could have stabbed from what we know now was a knife. He could have stabbed the knife through my door, tried to open my door, anything. You could probably go to kick down that door if you wanted to, but he never did.
So I do know this, and so does the detective sergeant. He passed by occupied rooms that posed a risk that he would be apprehended if you hurt him. So the question is, he passed by occupied rooms to go to other occupied rooms.
Yeah.
So he had to go by your room to get to the other 2 rooms.
Unless he got. I mean, I remember Katie was kind of worried about someone climbing that balcony up there. I don't know if someone could climb it, but I feel like if someone really, really wanted to, they could. I mean, I don't know how.
Was there snow there, though? There was snow, correct?
I think so. I don't remember if it was snowing that
I think
night.
they would have found shoe impressions, but I'm not planting a seed to make you
Yeah, I
swear
know.
that you'll never sleep again. That is not my goal.
Yeah, I know.
But we're trying to figure out, is it somebody you knew that knew that was your room and bypassed the room because they weren't intent on harming you?
I mean, that's what doesn't make sense is like, they had to have known our layout to want to go past my room, to not go to Kaylee.
Occupied room.
Yeah, that's the thing is like, I don't, from what I remember, I don't think I locked my door that night. I don't think I did. And that's what weirds me out is like, if I didn't, how did he go past my room, not even care that I was in my room? Like, he probably knew all of us were at home that night. And it's just like, I feel like.
That's why, okay, so this is why the police have been on this whole thing that this was an isolated targeted attack. It's because this person was only interested in killing one person. And because basically they're saying somebody else was in the room that was occupied with that person. So Kaylee wasn't where she was supposed to be. And this is what just wouldn't make sense at all though. But that's why they want to say that he opened, well, as far as Darren Gilbertson says, that this person went into Kaylee's room first and then went into Maddie's room. And it was like your target. And then the only reason that Ethan and Xana are dead is because of somehow Xana would have encountered the killer and that chasing her down. But if he's all in black and has a mask on and everything like that, she's not going to recognize him. Right. And so he could have still just like left her, but she could call 911. And then chasing her down and then going into that room and then boom, but doesn't that kind of defeat the whole purpose of like what a serial killer is going in to do and killing? Like, I mean, and then if you're saying, if that's the case though, her waking up and opening up the door and them seeing each other, he would actually take her out though too by that logic is my point. Is that if you want to employ that logic, then what Dylan's actually telling you makes that not logical. Because now you're just picking and choosing what you want to believe because Dylan's sitting here telling you that she basically interrupted it too. Okay. And so how is she not dead? And that's why I think Ann Taylor was going to be hammering the fact that this didn't happen when they say that it did. And that the cops didn't believe Dylan because based on their version of events, Dylan would be dead. Based on how the person was operating, that they're taking people out so that they don't get apprehended, they don't get caught. All right. And so it's going to be more something like, yeah.
I feel like it is someone that we know, and I feel like it's someone that had probably been in our house either last year when girls used to live there or this year somehow. I don't know.
Oh, I feel like it is somebody that we know. I feel like it is somebody that knows the layout of the house.
It just is weird to me that.
Guess who she thinks it is? And guess who she thought it was the entire time leading up until the arrest of Brian Koberger? She said that she believed that it was Jack Showalter. And she comes out and she says that in her December 30th interview. She says that it's Jack Showalter in her December 30th interview.
Me and Ben were talking about it, like, he had to have known the layout of the house. He never went to the bathroom. What if Kaylee was living down there? He wouldn't have known unless he knew us and knew the house. That doesn't make sense.
Well, in our world, to pass an occupied room, to
really
go
weird.
to unoccupied rooms becomes concerning if the direction comes from the door he enters, has to make him walk by everybody.
Like, my door is almost right in front of the view when you walk in that sliding door. That's the first room you see. He didn't go to my room.
That's why we wondered if you know him.
That's what I mean. That's what it has to be.
True crime
Like, he had to have
audio.
known who lived in what room, like where
Can you
everyone
think
was.
of who that could be?
No, there's no one, like, every person that like knew Kaylee, Xana, Ethan, and Maddie.
And basically what she's saying here as well is she believes that Kaylee's the target because she's like, Kaylee could have been downstairs on the first floor. You know, how did they know? And then what about Bethany? Like, you know, he didn't go to her room and.
I love them. They never had
Well, maybe you guys weren't there.
any grudges. Like, everyone loved them. It was never like I never heard anyone say, oh, I hate them. I hate this. They did this. They did that. They never had any bad things said to them ever.
That they told you.
Yeah, that they told me, or like what I heard. I mean, like in Moscow, once a rumor starts, it doesn't go away. Everyone hears about it. Like it's just such a small town that, for a college town, I guess I would say, everyone knows everything. So
Yeah,
like if someone hated this person, you would know. And I never knew.
Did they ever say they had an issue with the patron at the Mad Creek?
Never.
What about an ex-boyfriend or anything like that?
No, I know Kaylee and broke up, but I talked to Kaylee about that, and she was like, yeah, we mutually decided to this. We're still friends. We still talk. We're still on good terms. We share Murphy. Like, we're good. And
Like they co-parent Murphy?
yes, like that. And I trusted, and I mean, I didn't know him as well as I guess I didn't know him as well as I knew Ethan, but I trusted him. He was a super nice guy. Never, ever, ever had I heard him be rude to Kaylee once in my life. Never heard anything. And from talking, because we all would talk about relationships and stuff, like I never heard Kaylee say, yeah, he did this to me, he did that. Like nothing ever concerning ever came. I think it was just like they've been dating for such a long time. It was time to like roll its course. That's what she said. It's like, it's time to roll its course. Like we mutually decided it's time.
How long did you date him for?
I don't know. I think it was, I don't know. I mean, you could probably figure it out from social media. I mean, or talking to her mom. I don't know.
Or Jack as well?
Yeah, Jack as well.
So she told you that Jack handled it well. Did you see that Jack handled it well?
Yeah. He came up, like he would come over and talk with Kaylee and play with Murphy. And it was never weird, ever.
Was she dating anyone else? Or seeing anyone
She
else?
started talking to me,
True crime
and I believe she
audio.
knew, and it wasn't like a big deal at all. I mean, the whole on the video on Twitch of the Grub Chuck and Jack, is that's kind of what made us interested in that, because I guess you know that had anger issues. He was a hunter. He had multiple hunting weapons. I mean, I'm not saying it's him because I can't say that. Like that could ruin his life and he could not be it, you know? But from what I know,
Jack Showalter was an angry man. He was a hunter. God, I wonder if she was watching this channel. My video was the first video that went a little viral with Jack Showalter. Her and Jack Showalter went to the same high school.
I don't know if you know this yet, but my friend who was back from the Xana, we went to like a balloon ceremony for all of them, and I was talking about. She said, yeah, one time like he just like, I guess I can both tell you that he like kneed one of their best friends in the stomach and like just pretty much beat her up for some reason, which I don't know why you would beat up a girl. Doesn't make sense.
Oh my God, he beat up a girl? Like, whoa, where are you hearing this from? Like, Showalter kneed a girl in the stomach? Whoa.
But he was kicked out of for anger issues. He didn't have any connection to except for which Kaylee was talking, which is just a weird coincidence. Like, it could have just been coincidence. We don't know. I mean, it's just like, that's the only thing we can think of, and I don't know. It's just weird.
Who did he punch in the stomach?
I don't know her last name, but I know her really well.
Did she call the police on that or make a report?
No, I mean, I don't think she did.
What was the issue with her?
Oh, I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, you could probably try and talk to her about that. She would probably know. She knows
Emily, talk to Emily about it. She knows all the tea.
more than I do. I mean, all like this part of is all hearsay. Like, it's not what I know. It's what other people know that have told
That's
me.
important.
Yeah.
What is name,
I have to look at her last name.
please?
I believe.
What?
Let me look at her Instagram real quick.
Please.
Sorry.
Let me hit her on Insta.
Well, hold on. I don't.
Jack Showalter just getting out here. Poor little.
I currently don't have my Instagram, so I had to deactivate it.
No, that's okay. We can figure it out. We have
Okay.
access to the school records as well.
Yeah,
She's
that would
doing
probably
there
be-
as well.
Well, she used to be, but now she's at. Maybe, I think, yeah.
Was that a recent event?
Yeah, she decided to switch from. Like last year, she finished out UVI and then switched to CWI, like as of this semester, I believe.
So who told you the story about punching in his stomach?
It was,
Okay.
and then I talked to her about that earlier today, and she explained that a little bit more.
Emily.
So they both know about that. and which I think you wrote down her last name. Last name.
Yes, how to spell it. So most of the students have left up there. Do you happen to have any phone numbers for any of these people?
Huh?
Do you happen to have phone numbers for any of these young women?
I have a phone number, but I think you guys have her phone number as well because she's at the station with us.
She was at the KD with us?
Yeah.
Okay, we have.
Yeah.
I'm on.
Sorry, my dad keeps calling me. I'm just gonna text them back real quick.
This is your stepdad? Are they out there
Stepdad,
freezing?
that's supposed to get out there. My actual dad.
My
Are
actual
you freezing them out?
No, we have a casita back there that has heating.
Oh, good.
I'll
I
just
was
text
worried.
them
I
back.
was thinking they're going outside and we're going to keep them there 2 hours. And it's like 20 degrees.
They've been working.
Sorry, I'll just text them instead.
So I always ask this because I don't know everything. Neither does Detective Sergeant Blaker. We don't know everything about what you know. Is there something we haven't asked of you that is important for us to know? That you think, why didn't they ask me? And so we're going to ask you, is there something that we haven't covered that you think is important for us to figure out what happened here?
Nothing right now. I mean, the only weird thing that we had was that no one took our DNA at the station, which I know you guys are doing now, which I'm totally free to give up. But the one thing is about the DNA stuff is Friday night we did have a party, and you have most of those people, but like there's going to be a lot of DNA, and we had parties about every single weekend. That was normal. We did deep cleans, but like I don't know.
I was listening to this and wait, she's like, yeah, I mean, why haven't you guys taken our DNA? What the hell? What? I've never seen somebody being so eager to give their DNA up. Listen to this.
For us to know that you think, why didn't they ask me? And so we're going to ask you, is there something that we haven't covered that you think is important for us to figure out what happened here?
Nothing right now. I mean, the only weird thing that we had was that no one took our DNA at the station, which I know you guys are doing now, which I'm totally free to give up. But the one thing is about the DNA stuff is Friday night we did have a party, and you have most of those people, but like there's going to be a lot of DNA, and we had parties about every single weekend. That was normal. We did deep cleans, but like I don't know if you can take away every single DNA just from a deep clean. I don't think you can. So it's just like I hope you find something, but it may be really hard because we have people over all the time.
Yeah,
When
we
did you
understand.
do the deep clean?
When was? Do you know when Parents Weekend was?
Yes, it was the weekend.
So I did the deep clean either Wednesday or Thursday. I think we did both days. I'm pretty sure.
Plunder.
Well, what's important
True
is there
crime
is evidence
audio.
in the scene that the offender left, and that's what we're going to focus on.
There is.
So that's important for you to know. It's going to give you some help.
Well, that's good.
Yeah, it's important. I'm glad what you're volunteering, that you're willing.
Yeah, I mean, I like when they asked my phone, I was like, I don't care what you find. I don't give two shits. Like, I just want you to find this guy. That's all I care about.
Is there anything you want to ask of us?
I don't know if you can tell me, but is there any people of interest? Anything?
Well, some of the ones that he's been provided before, we're doing the follow-up. Those are the first ones we're doing follow-up.
So there are like people of interest.
Yes,
Oh,
but not suspects.
Not suspects,
So we
people of
want,
interest.
what's important is we're like you. We
Yeah.
don't want to ruin somebody's reputation
That makes
if they
sense.
have no involvement whatsoever.
That's what my mom was telling me. Is like they're not going to like in the press conference. They can't say anything if there are people of interest because that would just like let's say it isn't that would ruin his whole entire life, you know. So I understand that part. Like you can't say someone's a
You're
suspect.
important though. I mean, we're not trying to put extra pressure on you, but
Yeah.
you're important because maybe you did see. You're the only eyewitness that put somebody in that house.
Yeah.
That's why it's important if you can sort through it with. Who's your may I ask?
Oh, what's your name?
I mean, they're qualified. They did this. I don't make light of this because
Yeah.
I work with victims all the time with trauma. Right? They didn't just start their practice yesterday. This is somebody established.
Yeah. It's in a it's. I can't remember her name. What's her name?
And she's been doing it a while.
Yeah, she's been doing it for a while.
So can you keep working with?
Yeah, I'm going to. I met with her yesterday. Really liked her. She's really calming, and I feel good with her.
And the good thing is, I've worked with victims for 42 years. The further away you get from it, you're going to start piecing things together. The trauma is just too raw and too real right now.
Yeah.
And you've lost your friends.
Yeah.
That's compounding. These are people you were connected to.
Yeah.
And you cared about. In time, things will start to fall into place. And for your own peace of mind, I want that to happen for you.
Yeah.
I'm not selfish. Yes, it is somewhat about the case, but it's also important that at some point in your life, you get to move on beyond this trauma.
So let's say like somehow I piece something together. Should I call you and be like, hey, like I remember
Or you
something
can
like
call me, I have a business.
but what if it's something like I don't but all this is like I don't know for sure. Even if I don't know for sure, but I think this is a piece of my memory, should I still
Yes.
Okay.
Because what if it is real?
Yeah.
And we don't know about it if
I mean
we
that's
don't
the
call.
main thing is like I wish I could understand if anything of this was real. But seeing that guy again, like it was just like cloudy. Like what if he wasn't even there? But like after everything that's happened, like I think he was there. But it's like how much do I actually know is real? How much do I think is like made up in my mind?
Do you think you can remember enough of him to give a composite for a composite artist?
No.
Not enough.
No, I don't remember what his eyes look like. I don't remember what his nose looked like. I just remember eyebrows. I don't know exactly what his eyebrows look like at all. Really, I just remember thinking like eyebrows. So like I couldn't even like.
Earlier you said because they were bushy.
Yeah, bushy, but that's all. Like I don't remember the shape. I don't remember like the color. I just remember like bushy eyebrows. That's the only thing I can remember.
And when you saw him outside your door, was he moving? Was there movement going on?
I've been trying to think through this, and I've been trying to think like what do I remember from that? And I just like I don't remember if he was just like standing there or if he was walking. But what I think was going on was that he was like slowly walking like across from the living room to the kitchen out the sliding door. That's what I think I remember.
So I haven't been to the house. Is there a drop from the sliding?
What the fuck? Oh my god. I'm dead. Sorry.
Door? Can you walk out onto the street without having?
So pretty much you go out to the sliding door, there's just like this gray cement patio thing. Then let's just say your back is at the outside of the door and you're looking outside. To the right, you have to go like there's like some rocks and some bushes you have to walk down. Then to your left, there's just like this hill, like these bushes, and you have to walk. I think I remember.
So I haven't been to the house. Is there a drop from? Or was he moving? Was there movement going on?
I've been trying to think through this, and I've been trying to think like what do I remember from that? And I just like I don't remember if he was just like standing there or if he was walking. But what I think was going on was that he was like slowly walking like across from the living room to the kitchen out the sliding door. That's what I think I remember.
So I haven't been to the house. Is there a drop from the sliding door? Or can you walk out onto the street without having?
So pretty much you go out to the sliding door, there's just like this gray cement patio thing. Then let's just say your back is at the outside of the door and you're looking outside. To the right, you have to go like there's like some rocks and some bushes you have to walk down. Then to your left, there's just like this hill, like these bushes, and then like kind of to the back side, you can walk past my window, and there's like this hill of like bushes and stuff, and then up there's like houses. So I mean, it would be kind of hard to like run up it or run down it because there's all those like rocks and stuff.
Especially in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so I'm kind of confused. Like, if there wasn't there, why that way? Like that doesn't seem like the smartest and fastest way. But I mean,
Which direction is the front door from your bedroom?
That's still how she would have committed the crime.
the front door, you have to go again out to the living room and downstairs. When you hit the bottom of the stairs, directly to your right is the door. So it's like kind of a little bit of a walk.
So it's a typical tri-level.
Yeah, typical, pretty much.
Typical tri-level. Get the fuck out of here.
Can you think of anything else right now?
No, I'm trying to. Oh, this was something else that I remember. Cars do come by a lot, but I remember looking out the window. I just remember. Well, I think it was a black truck. I don't know for sure, but like that is normal for people's cars to go by. But I don't know if that could be something. It was just like car driving past our driveway.
What time was that at?
That was right when I went down to see. So I don't know exactly when that was.
Was it moving? It was in movement?
I was moving. I wasn't stopped at all. It was moving, and
You guys, what the fuck? This is a bombshell. Wait, Victoria Gooch is like, wait a second. You have a car? Okay, let's talk about this. Let's talk about this.
cars to go by, but I don't know if that could be something. It was just like car driving past our driveway.
What time was that at?
That was right when I went down to see. So I don't know exactly when that was.
Was it moving? It was in movement?
I was moving. I wasn't stopped at all. It was moving. And like people drive by our driveway to go like around like this side housing neighborhood a little bit. Like we hear cars go by all the time. Like that's not weird, but
But when you were making your way to the room,
that's not when I heard.
Oh.
It was when I got into the room. I don't know why I looked out the window, but I looked at the window and I just saw a car like driving by, and I believe it was I guess I shouldn't say I believe because I don't know for sure, but I think it was a black truck. But I don't know for sure. It could have been, it was just dark and I thought it was a black truck.
But there was a vehicle there.
Yeah, but it was like, it wasn't stopped, it was moving. And like, from my window, again, my window is like, let's say this is the front of my room, this is my back room, this is my window right here. There's like a neighborhood, I guess you know that neighborhood up there. I can hear cars go by right there all the time. Like that's normal, it doesn't weird me out. And I, like, from what I think the car was just going up to that neighborhood. But again, I don't know, but I thought I'd just let you know just in case it
could have
been
been a suspect.
Yeah, like I don't know. It could have been, but who knows?
And you said you sure it was a truck?
I don't know. I think it was a black truck from what I'm thinking, but again, I don't know for sure.
Were the headlights on?
Which way was this car going? Because the way that she's talking about it, it's like the car was going like back up around like to the back. Like which way was the car? Hello, make sure you get this direction right. Come on, tell me you're gonna get the direction here. I cannot believe this. She's like, right when I got to Dylan or Bethany's room, like we barely talked, right? Went right to bed. I don't remember anything. Then here, I looked out the window and I saw a truck. But we didn't talk at all. I was just looking out the window.
I couldn't even remember. I can't remember that at all.
What drew your attention to it?
I think I just wanted to look at the window for some reason. I don't know why, but I remember seeing the red, like.
You don't know why? You don't have to say that you don't know why you looked out the window. I went to look out the window because I just saw a masked man, and I wanted to see if I saw him leaving, because I had just saw him walk out the back, and I wanted to see what was going around, so I check outside. Like, why does she feel like she can't say, I have no idea why I did this? Do you get what I'm saying? Somebody told, I feel like it's not, she wants to say things, and then she's catching herself because she knows she has to stick to a script, and it's not her own script. That's the best way I can say it. Okay.
The red lights on the back of the truck.
Why did you look outside?
I'm thinking, but again, I don't know for sure.
Were the headlights on?
I couldn't even remember. I can't remember that at all.
What drew your attention to it?
I think I just wanted to look at the window for some reason. I don't know why, but I remember seeing the red lights on the back of the truck.
Brake lights.
Yeah, I don't really know why. I remember seeing that. Was like, I don't remember if they were headlights or not. I just don't know about that. But I just remember seeing the red lights, kind of.
You've been through a lot. In time, you'll remember more. From my experience working with victims, you'll remember more. So anything, even if you don't think it's significant, we would still want to know.
Yeah.
Hello, this truck.
What are your plans?
What?
Are your plans just to stay here? It's a hard decision right now, isn't it?
Right now, there's a candlelight memorial I'm going to with some of my friends. That will be, I think, just like when I got to, I guess I gave the name. They all knew Maddie. Talking to them was really nice because, so they were super close. And it's just like nice knowing that other people are going through this too. Like it's not just us. Like there are so many people. Really? That's interesting.
So I have to ask you because I never did. And I think Detective Sergeant Blaker would probably have asked you this. Who's someone that called 911?
So I guess I'll start from that morning. I woke up. I don't really know when. I know that she called. I think that she called. I called her at 10:50, but I believe it was later.
The same.
Again, asking just a simple question. Who called 911? Story time.
No. I don't know how I knew, but because I'm looking at everything there, like the call was at 12. So I think I called her close to like 11:50. I think it was 11:50, not 10:50 from what I remember, but it could have been 10:50. Maybe I just am mixing everything up. Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. That's what I remember, but I think I called her close to like 11:50. I think it was 11:50, not 10:50 from what I remember, but it could have been 10:50. Maybe I just am mixing everything up. Again, that was on Snapchat because I didn't have her number at that moment, so it probably has gone away now. Pretty much me and Bethany, I woke up and I kept like going in and out, and I kept having these dreams of like this woman. She like I remember just having this like big nose, and she was wearing all black, and it was like a joke that they were coming to the house like trying to prank people. Like I just had these dreams about this guy, but it was actually a woman, and she was super nice. Eventually, like just these weird dreams about everything. And I woke up, and I couldn't remember if all of that was a dream. I couldn't remember if I.
What the fuck is she talking about? Oh my God. What? Oh my God. This is Tina with What the Fuck Translation Services. I cannot believe Vicki Gooch isn't saying, wait, what are you talking about? I have no idea what you're talking about right now.
I didn't know any of it, so I looked at my text messages and I saw I had texted about that, and I was like, okay, like now I'm kind of weirded out. Like I don't know how much of it was real. Like I thought I imagined it.
Where's when you wake up?
Right next to me in bed. We wouldn't even go outside to go pee because we didn't know like what was going on. We didn't know if someone was there. Like it just, I don't know. We just didn't want to deal with that, you know?
We just didn't want to deal with that. Deal with what? Oh my God, this is nuts. We just didn't want to deal with that. Yeah, deal with the fact that 4 people are dead upstairs. Exactly.
We woke up and I was like, are you awake? She's like, kind of, so. And so I have the text messages. Let me go to it real quick.
What text messages?
And you're in.
Yes, in the basement.
This is wild. This is the most wild part.
Sorry, I have to go through so many texts. So I texted Maddie 11:23, are you up? And I had looked at her. So I have Maddie's Find My iPhone. And because she was at home, I was like, okay, like they're fine. Like, you know, nothing happened. Like she's at home, you know? That's what you
could
think.
See your phones.
Yeah, and I'm like, okay, like well, if your friends are home, like you think you're safe, you know? Like that's just what you immediately think.
What?
So I guess Maddie texted at 11:23. Kaylee, I texted. Oh, I guess that would have been 10:23 in Moscow time. Sorry, that keeps confusing me. I would have texted Kaylee at 11:29 in Moscow time. Are you up?
Kaylee?
Yeah.
11:29 a.m.
Yeah, and then I kept on Snapchat. I don't know if you know this, but you can have your location on that. I don't know if So Xana and Ethan always have their location on it, and it wasn't turning on. So I was like, okay, that's kind of weird. Like maybe they were just really drunk, you know. And they're sleeping in pretty late. I then called my friend and I said, I don't know if this is real or not. I don't know if I made it up, but I think there was someone here. And I don't know if it's true. And I told her about the whole black mask suit situation. And she thought it, like, I talked to her today and she was like, I was kind of freaked out about that. I just thought it was like another one of those, like, oh, you're just scared for the night, you know? Because I just talked to her a little bit ago. And so she sent over that guy that was with us.
So, boyfriend is.
Yes.
Okay.
The Chapin is boyfriend. So I called and I told her, like, I'm kind of freaked out, like we don't know what's going on. Called was the one that had that blue car parked out. So he came over and he walked in the door. We were kind of freaked out, like, who is that? He goes, it's just.
So the door was unlocked?
No, he knew the code. Well, I guess I wouldn't even know. I guess I would have to ask him because we told people that we knew very close what our code was. I don't know if he knew the code or if the door was unlocked. I'm going to be honest. I don't know.
So he came alone?
Yes, at first. He came by himself at first.
What time do you think that was?
Oh, I have no clue.
Okay,
so a little bit before 12 because I guess the call was at 12. So I'm going to guess a little bit before then. And he walked upstairs and he's like, what do you have? Like to protect. I go, there's knives in the kitchen. Like just like kitchen little knives.
He was asking, what do you have as far as a weapon?
Yes, just in case, because he was kind of freaked out. That's when I saw Xana again, and she was in the same position, and that's what freaked me out, was that she hadn't moved at all. And I was like, okay, she's just unconscious. She's just drank too much. She's unconscious. Like, and I just started bawling, and I stayed downstairs, but like at the door, and I was upstairs.
You went up with Hunter?
I went up with Hunter. I just started bawling because I was like, I didn't think dead at all. That never crossed my mind once. Never, ever, ever that crossed my mind. I just thought she's unconscious. She's not waking up. Like she just drank too much, you know? So I go downstairs and I start crying because I'm really freaked out. Like everything is stressing me out.
Why didn't she walk over to her? Unbelievable. This is, wow.
And she start coming up from those little mini stairs from the White's permit. And I'm like, she's not waking up. Like, she's not waking up. Like, I don't know if she's unconscious. And I don't know if I made sense to them at all because I was freaking out.
Why did you come over?
Because I called them.
Okay, because you called them and they came at your place.
Yes.
Okay.
They sent first because, like, it's a guy, you know, just, I don't know. Comes down, you can tell when someone's freaked out by something, and he was freaked out, and he said, call the police right now. And me and just like, we don't know what to do. We didn't think, like, we just thought maybe she was unconscious still.
So you hadn't seen her. So your 911 call saying she's unconscious. You didn't realize the magnitude of the.
Yeah, I didn't see Ethan in there, but that Ethan was in there, and I don't know what anything looked like. I just saw, like, again, her legs and the top of her head. That's all I saw. I didn't see anything else. That's
why we're asking, because when you called and said unconscious, we're wondering, after seeing what he told me he saw, how you would say unconscious, because you never saw that.
I never saw anything. So they were asleep at first. I don't know how much he saw. All I know is he was freaked out. He said, I think they're just asleep. And when we were talking a little bit later, I asked him about it, and he was like, I thought they were asleep. Like, don't feel bad you didn't know. Like, I thought they were asleep too, because I felt terrible about it. I thought that she was just asleep. And so obviously he came down the stairs and he was like, call the police right now. And so he's the one that called it.
Okay.
I don't know if me and her could barely talk. I don't know if they gave the phone or at some point I got the phone back and I was like, Xana is unconscious. And I think I said the address, or I can't remember. Again, this whole moment of the morning was like the most stressful, like, freaked out of my life. And this woman was on the phone and she was like, okay, something about defibrillator. I remember, and I asked the police that was coming. I was like, do you have a defibrillator? I said, yes. And so she says, okay, someone's here. I said, yes, but can I tell you the whole story? She goes, no. She just said no, like, someone's there. And then I was like, okay, goodbye, whatever. I don't remember how many policemen came there. All I remember was, like, just crying and freaking out because we were so, like, we just didn't know what was going on. And then this policeman, he questioned me, and I told him about the whole night. And I tried to tell him as best as I could, but obviously I was, like, out of it. And he was talking to me, then talking to other people talking to me. So it was kind of like kept leaving and going, which I understand. He had to handle a situation, not his fault at all. And then I just remember putting the tape up, and that's when I just dropped to the floor and started crying because I was like, this is not okay. Like, you only put the tape up when there's a crime. Like, you don't ever put the tape up, really. And I remember we all started freaking out, and then Xana and Ethan didn't come out, and the ambulance, like, the people with the ambulance, like, the people came and then they left, and it's like they didn't come back. That means they were here for 5 minutes. That's how you know. And I just remember we all started bawling our eyes out, like, we didn't understand what was going on. And I remember I kept asking, like, where's Xana and Kaylee? Because, I mean, where's Maddie and Kaylee? Because Maddie's location was at home still. I was like, where's Maddie and Kaylee? Like, where are they? Like, can you please tell me? And they wouldn't tell me. And I think the moment we really knew that something, like, one of them was gone was because that vandal alert. And obviously, she was pissed off. She goes, like, why the fuck did you not tell us this? Why did we get a stupid, like, text? And the policeman was like, you were not supposed to know that right now. Like, you just weren't. And we were obviously pissed off, but, like, I mean, we don't know what their job is, you know, like, we can't, you know, I don't know. I think that's when we realized that they were actually gone, and I screenshot it to my mom and I called her, and I just, like, was crying and freaking out. And I think it was before that I knew Maddie and Kaylee were gone. I don't really know how, I don't know who told me. But that was just, like, I couldn't understand it. Like, I just remember crying and freaking out. Like, how did I not know? Like,
Something's on her phone. Something is on her phone.
How were we asleep and we didn't know that they were dead? Like, how do we not know? I don't, like, we just never made that, never ever made that connection that a murder would be in the house. We just never knew that. Like, our friends were home. It was fine. We were in the house. So
I know you know this. For whatever reason, you were spared. So don't let this define you for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
One day we'll make sense of it, but we have to figure out who did this to understand why, right? We don't have, that's what you can tell me where you were, when you were there, what you were doing, where they were, but we don't have the answer for you why.
Yeah.
And that's going to be Detective Sergeant Blaker's job, is to figure out why this happened. And then get an answer from the person responsible for it and hold them responsible for this.
Yeah.
How'd that work out?
You're going to do this. This is a process, right? Probably told you this does not resolve overnight. And And it does, and it takes years. It takes people years. But there is a reason why that this didn't happen to you too. So all I would want to say to you is that remember there was a reason you were given a second chance.
Yeah.
And do right by yourself and your friends.
Yeah. I mean, the biggest thing, like me and Bethany, I just feel like we wanted to know, like, what made someone want to do this to such good people and what made them not want to hurt us whatsoever. Because they never went on a room, they never went to my room. If they did go through the sliding door, then they had to have passed my room.
If not though, because I haven't seen the layout of your house.
Yeah.
What door would they have used not to pass by your bedroom?
Well, I mean, to go, the front door, you still have to pass around to go up to
Yes.
Kaylee's room.
Yes.
But Kaylee always, like, was kind of freaked out because that balcony, I feel like if a guy really wanted to, I feel like he could climb up if he wanted to. So, and I remember we were looking at pictures of, like, the whole news thing, and our curtains were all kind of messed up. And that was, like, what made us kind of think, like,
That could have been law enforcement doing
That's
that
true.
as well. You know, those
That's
pictures
true.
come after the fact. How far is it from the ground to the balcony?
I don't know, how much do you think? I mean, you've seen the house.
9 to 10 feet.
Like, if someone wanted to, I feel like they could.
But why do that if the doors are unlocked?
I know, but
And then the risk you run is if you're crawling up the side of a house,
yeah,
somebody's going to see you doing that and you run the risk, a higher risk,
yeah,
of somebody calling that in as opposed to just walking in the front door to a house that's very active with people.
yeah, that's true. So I guess,
But I don't know that. Do you know, maybe that did happen, but the risk that an offender runs into is if you're scaling a 9-foot high wall to get into a room,
Yeah.
somebody is going to pass by and see that and report that, and then whatever your plan is has just been interrupted by
Yeah.
that.
I mean, that would make more sense, but
Gooch doesn't know the layout though. Nobody can in the back of the house to scale that. You could. I mean, the cops were checking it out, weren't they?
I just don't understand why my room, like, I guess if you're taking DNA, you can see my door handle and see if,
Well, that would be normal. That'd be normal because you'd be there, but you're thinking somebody else's stranger DNA.
yeah, maybe try to open the door, but if I did lock my door, then maybe that's why they didn't go to my room, because my door was already locked, but I don't know if it was locked or not.
So this is a really odd question because most people don't do this. Did you check all of when you first got back did you go through your house to make certain nobody else was in it?
No, I don't know, we just didn't care about that. If we were with people, we weren't worried.
When you came home to get in your own house, did you have to unlock the door to come in?
I think so, yes. I think I had to punch my code so our door, there's like, you twist it, so there's like a little thing that you twist, you know. If it's vertical, it's unlocked. If it's horizontal, it's locked. And me and were like checking it out to make sure that it was locked a while ago, and we always kept it horizontal, and I would check to make sure it was horizontal. So I think the front door was locked. I mean,
when you came back to have popcorn and watch the movie.
Yeah, I mean, we would still, like, even if I, like, let's say the door was unlocked, I still would have typed in the code to open the door and it would just open right away, you know? So I don't know if it was locked or if it wasn't.
That might be
Plunder,
important.
true
Because
crime
maybe this
audio.
person was there first, and then you guys came to the house and he was already there. I would want to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If you can remember.
Yeah.
The other thing is, you can interview and ask, I know she was drunk though,
Yeah,
to see if she remembers if you had unlocked the door to come in.
Yeah.
And do you know, when you got home, because it was cold, right?
Yeah.
Was the sliding door open or closed when you got home?
It was closed. Because I remember we were making popcorn, and that would have freaked me out if the door was open, but I don't know if it was locked or not. That probably don't know, but I do know that the door was locked. The door is closed because I don't know, that door just being open kind of freaked me out.
Where was Murphy when you got home?
What do you mean the door being open kind of freaked you out? Right there, she just told on herself. She should have that door being open. What do you mean freaked you out? What are you talking about? You would have never seen that. You understand that, right? That door being open, she could never say that freaked her out. When did it freak you out? When did you see the door open? Somebody going and leaving out of it, they're walking out of the door. When did this girl see that door open? Boom. To freak her out. That's insanity right there. It
was closed. Because I remember we were making popcorn, and that would have freaked me out if the door was open, but I don't know if it was locked or not. That probably don't know, but I do know that the door was locked. The door is closed because I don't know, that door just being open kind of freaked me out.
Where was Murphy when you got home?
Oh, I let him out. I forgot to add that. He was upstairs and I let him out to go potty real quick.
So you went upstairs?
Yeah, so
And was
I
he-
guess, I don't know how I forgot about that. Sorry.
That's okay. Whose room was he in?
Kaylee's, because it's mostly Kaylee's dog. So I heard him whining. I was like, okay, I'll go get him. Took him outside for a second. So
There it is. She specifically asked her, when you came home that night, did you go upstairs? No, I didn't go upstairs. You didn't go upstairs at all. Now, why Victoria Gooch was not used to talk to Dylan the rest of the way through is mind-blowing, but it's not. They knew that they could no longer have Victoria Gooch be talking to Dylan Mortensen anymore. None. I
know no one was in Kaylee's room. Her lights were on. I know that for sure. Her lights were on. I took Murphy outside and I just kept like looking. Whenever I go outside in the dark, I'm always like looking at my surroundings. Didn't see anything. I know that. Looked around, brought him inside after he like went potty or whatever, and then he was Lake and him were hanging out a little bit. Then I brought him back upstairs. So, yeah, that I don't know. I forgot about that.
No, that's okay. So this is what we're talking about.
Yeah.
So are you comfortable if I leave her business card as well? Yeah. So I'm here. He's in Moscow. If you think of anything, if you're more comfortable with him, you're welcome.
She's like, are you comfortable if I leave my card? And he's like, yeah. Damn, they did not want her fucking talking to her anymore. This is the only person that should have continued to be talking to Dylan Mortensen. Like, you know what she's already said. And then as stuff is coming in and you build this relationship with Dylan and fucking A, man. Unbelievable.
I'm going to call him if you're comfortable. I'm going to give you a business card with my cell phone.
Okay.
You have some questions?
Only one question I really have now at this point is, did you happen to know the login or username and password for the router?
No.
Blaker wants that router, baby. They want that router, baby. All he gives a fuck about is that router. Fuck out of here. Go get a goddamn warrant. All right, guys. On that note, it's been 4 hours. It's been real. But guess what? We got more. I'm going to take a lunch break. And then I am bringing to you guys Corbin Smith's body cam. Corbin Smith's body cam has never been viewed. At least I have not seen it. Corbin Smith is the one that's actually hanging out at the back for the kitchen area for the sliding door. And we get some nuggets, some big nuggets. It's actually the closest view when he walks up to the side of the house where the blood is coming out the side on the wall. That's the exterior wall. He goes over to that. He is there on 2 different occasions on 11/13, and he has all these conversations in passing with everybody. Those conversations are interesting, to say the very least. But when they put this body cam out a while ago, there's a little part that they didn't redact, and I was able to notice it. And it proves that Dylan's lights were all on and that her door was wide open. And so think about that. If you're in a room and you go to shut it and you lock it, then when you're going to leave, your door is just wide open and your lights are all on. All right, guys. So join me back this afternoon. Give me about like an hour for lunch break here. Okay? Thank you. Much appreciated. And then after this body cam, then we got to go into all the body cams that were all at night. Like, so we get to actually watch how dark it gets over the course of time in Moscow at that time, which is really important. And I really want to get to the bottom of why Bethany continues to talk about how foggy it was. So we're going to get a really good look at this fog. Okay? Again, 37 people helped me make our goal today, and you guys were amazing. Thank you to all the super chatters, super stickers. You guys are just super nice. Hanky Panky, what a name. Donna, thank you so much. I want to make sure I say everybody's name here. Pop and Switch, Donna Martin Graduate. If you would just change your name to Donna Martin Graduate, I would just just for like a day. I would love it. Fact Digger 1. Perry with an I. My little niece is Perry with an I. Spelled a little bit differently, but love the name. William, you're just so super nice. Just super nice. All of you guys. Thrive Collection. Super nice. Donna Martin graduate. Super nice. These super chats are just really super nice. William, these super stickers right here, William, just back to backers. Don't be hating, super nice. William Tardy, just super, super nice. Angel, just really super nice. 420 Donna is just super nice. Cat Lover, let's all do a high five for DM's lies. Oh boy. You know, I don't know. I just think that she was given something. It seems like Bethany kind of put it in her, though. Bethany made that first phone call, and Bethany started with the whole fireworks, and I don't know. Sassy Mandy, who turned off the music before the cops came? Great question, right? Cops seem to not care about it. I also said the music couldn't have been coming from the living room. All of the speakers were in the kitchen. Unless you're using your TV, but they don't. That's not how they normally play music, you know. So don't let them even say that. That was really super nice there, Sassy Mandy. Super nice, Angel, with the wrench too. This is what happens when you let all the witnesses stay in one hotel room. Yeah. Holly, thank you so much, Lana. I love to see you question DM. Well, I would be really kind. I would. And I would just make it that you don't know any of this. But I would get to you would investigate it so differently. You know, you would weed out all this stuff like, hey, I don't want to know what Emily told you is part of your story. I don't want to know, you know, let's get down to this, Bethany. We're really going to figure out, what do you mean you guys were in the room? What do you mean when you woke up? You would show her, hey, look, you were on your phone the whole morning on social media. So we need to start talking about what was going on that morning. Hand her something, have her look at it and say, take it to her lawyer. Okay. There is a reason that their fingerprints were not obtained until all the way in 2024. Same with Jack Decor. Lana, you're just so super nice. Jamie Newton, DB, please Google Jeremy's crossbow vampire diary. I'm on it. Dana, you're just so super nice. Is she high? I don't know. I thought she was on Adderall. Gifted 5 to the transparency memberships. ADHD Stacy. There you go. She's passing out Adderall. So super nice. And that's not to make fun of Dylan. Okay, guys. It's just her lingo. I think it's totally sorority. Come on. It's so stereotypical. Oh, yeah. God, she's so super nice. Meanwhile, you're like, what a fucking bitch. You know, oh, just so super nice. Yeah. I banged her boyfriend, but she's so super nice. My power went out, so I missed a majority. Aw. Share Bear, you're just so super nice. I'm sorry that your power went out. It sucks. Oh, I'm sorry. That wasn't Share Bear's power. that was Chancey over here. Sorry. Hopefully it's back on now. Share Bear, yep. So super nice. Did someone say we got goal? Yeah, we got goals. Hell yeah, we got goals. And yes, big shout out to Bella. High fives. Christine Robertson, thank you so much. You've been a member for 1 month. How does it feel? Lucy in the sky with a lot of diamonds. Welcome. And then another one here. Thank you for all of your hard work, Lana, from Miss Christine. Don't forget the thumbs up. Don't forget to twirl around. Lucky says, Lana Brains, keep them coming. We are going to keep them coming. Jamie Newton. She is literally driving me insane. Well, 2 hours of it. All right, we'll see you back around the next one, guys. Appreciate you. I think Dylan is super nice. And I think what Brian did is not super nice and super fucked. And but this investigation seems like it could have potentially left a big piece out. And if this happened to my child, there is no way in hell, with the biology reports that I have in my hand, would I be okay with what the fuck they did. I want everybody involved. Period. See you guys in the next one.